Hello, everyone. I am live. Yes, this is a stream on the main channel. It's been since September that I've done a stream on my main channel. Since the strike has been lifted, I feel confident that I can do a stream without worry about a copyright strike. My secondary channel will still have content on it. It's just for this particular subject, for this particular stream, I feel like since I have a bigger platform here, this will get the most exposure than it would have if I done it on my smaller channel, which doesn't even have 100 subs right now. So, yes, I will be talking about the Kanye West situation, but I'm waiting until we get multiple people on board because I don't want to repeat what I have to say again, and I want to wait for one other guest to come over. You're not late. Actually, I'm the one that's late. I was a few minutes late because I was waiting for the guests that are usually here. Now wait, Gangaros, as soon as he gets here, since he's more knowledgeable about history than any of us here, I like to get his input before we start getting to the meat of the stream. Because I know you guys are going to ask about the Kanye West thing because it'd be irresponsible for us not to talk about it because communists, I have not seen anyone talk about the danger of anti-Semitism. And I know this is repetitive. But then again, some things have to be done in, a repetitive fashion because the dangers of fascism is something you have to talk about time and time again because this is dangerous. I know in the past, my channel was defined by my Star Wars content. Star Wars is what I've been known for since 2015. And I know that fascists, talking about in my channel, like politics has defined my channel more than Star Wars has in the past year and a half because we've been seeing fascism on the rise in this country, even though it's been rising longer, but we've been seeing it becoming more open. It's more open to the surface than it used to be. Now, I'm not saying that fascism has never not been in America. It has. If you read stuff from forgot what the Panther's name is. I think his Jesse Jackson. He basically wrote about fascism was already here in America. Like the Panthers basically wrote about it in the 60s. So, as usual, I'm just going to say this. Our black comrades have always been ahead of us. Though I would rather just call them our new African comrades. Our new African comrades, because that sounds better to me than to call them by a colonizing name, have been ahead of the game by over half a century. And I think the thing that really irritates me about, I think you guys can relate to this, Noob and Flashy, that white leftists are always set almost half a decade, no, not half a decade, half a century behind that something that new Africans has saw coming in the 60s. It's you have to turn to the wisdom, and I'm saying this, by the way, to praise these great thinkers, the wisdom of the new African comrades that fought and died against this fascist state. They knew this stuff was coming long before we did. This information was always out there. It's just the white left have never really wanted to pay attention.
Yeah, nobody is less surprised of this fascist fucking bullshit going on than the colonized nations here in the U.S. It's they've been knowing that this shit's been going on. It's the fucking white leftists that have been having fucking dust kicked up in their fucking eyes and shit and leaving it there purposefully.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. It's the white leftists that are not prepared for the fascist onslaught that's coming.
Yeah.
We're not.
Yeah.
I'm saying this as someone that fits in this demographic. We're nowhere near fucking prepared. It's like, and let's be real here to our new African comrades. This is nothing new. Like in their eyes, they've survived worse.
Yeah, definitely.
In their eyes, this is nothing new. This is just like, okay, things have okay. Where were you where were you 50 years ago? I mean, you literally have people
Right.
that have been in prison for over half a century. But you have political prisoners who also wrote about this. One of the most famous political prisoners, I forgot his name at this moment, but he's written some books in prison. Shit. I know. I forgot what his name was. I'm sorry. This is horrible.
Marcus Garvey. I'm looking at the chat.
Those in the chat who are more who, I'm terrible with names. What is one of the most famous political prisoners, who's still in prison, who wrote a book called "Did Black Lives Really Matter?" Like, he wrote a book about it. So I'm sorry, the name escapes me at the moment. I'm terrible. I really am terrible because I forgot.
Okay.
This is really going to be cringe, honestly, post-production. It's obvious. Fuck.
I mean, it's not really important. Just go on with your point.
Well, I'll look it up on my read list on Amazon, but I will continue talking. The reason why I bring this up is because those who, and I'm mostly speaking to those who are of European descent, people like myself, we have not been paying attention to what was obviously going on in plain sight. Because this stuff has been going on for a very, very long time. And the very fact that most of us have not basically caught up to things that were obvious to people of colonized nations is something we should all be ashamed of. Now, I'm speaking for myself as someone of European descent, because I only can speak for myself. I cannot speak for Noob or Flashy here. I cannot speak for them. I can only speak for myself. And I think that it is our responsibility to learn from colonized nations. Not us teaching them, but us learning from them. They are our teachers, not the other way around.
Been in the box. Cheers.
Yeah, I agree with you there for sure. And yeah, we gotta learn, and people had to learn other people's experiences, especially from yeah.
Well, I'm speaking from someone that is of European descent, because I don't know my family's history. I don't know if my family took part in the Native American genocide. If my family did, I do take responsibility for that. If my ancestors did have something to do with it, but the point remains is it is our responsibility to learn from them. And I think this chauvinistic mentality that a lot of people of European descent have needs to stop, because we are not the ones that should be going in other people's neighborhoods who actually have a history of dealing with this state and telling them what is basically common sense to these people. Oh, this is obvious. We already know this. You're just preaching to the choir. Tell us something we don't know. It's like, no. We're not going to be the ones that will be learning from we're teaching them. They'll be teaching us, and that's how we should look at it. We need to have some humility, and I think a lot of the people of European descent do not have that. Humility is an important part to learning, and I'm speaking from my experience as someone that had to do that myself, because I had this mentality myself, and it got me nowhere with anyone. Like, you have to accept the fact that you're ignorant, and that's the first step to becoming knowledgeable. Now, this is not off topic, because all of our lives we've been indoctrinated with fascism to one extent or another.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's inescapable. It basically is almost impossible not to be exposed to fascist indoctrination, because we're exposed to it as a child. All of us are. Like, there's no escaping it. Though we don't always have to be indoctrinated with fascism.
Yeah, like the fucking it goes back into like the cultural hegemony thing too, where it's like since it's the very foundation of the United States, it's based on fucking settler colonialism. They have fascistic elements just baked into the system in general. I mean, look at where like Nazi Germany and like Hitler took inspiration from for a lot of the shit that they did. It's like
Right. Yeah, the Jim Crow laws, which still exist, and yeah,
fucking sterilizing like a third or more of like Native American women. It's
right,
as late as like the
sterilizing.
fucking 70s and 80s and shit.
Yeah, sterilizing Puerto Ricans as well. Um,
Yeah, crushing any semblance of Puerto Rican nationalism.
yeah, and taking over Hawaii, and now billionaires own like thousands of acres on there,
And all the
and
idiots saying that settler colonialism like doesn't exist, or it was never the foundation. Stupid. Or
right,
that the U.S. doesn't have colonies when it literally has like actual colonies. Like
right,
Well,
yeah, and
the reason why fascism is so rampant in American culture and the American way of life is, let's just be real with ourselves. America has never been forced to reconcile with its fascist past.
yeah, it hasn't. And
Yeah.
especially, it's never going to change either, as long as we allow the bourgeoisie to continue to lead these movements and shit. Like that's the thing. That's why it's so important to actually build a fucking labor movement too. Because you have to have the proletariat, who's the main progressive force, to actually lead and push forward anything that has to do with like any type of change. Um, you know, because otherwise, like the
right,
bourgeoisie are always going to stop halfway, and they're always going to through passive revolutions, maintain
right,
their own hegemony over the state and society in general. So they basically just maintain the essence of what they had already previously had in the first place. They only change the form, but the content remains the same. That's why, like, yeah, even after the 1965 fucking Civil Rights Act and shit, are we gonna pretend that that's when racism ended and shit, or any type of like
right,
racial fucking oppression like stopped? No, like that shit continued. It's still here to this
right,
day.
In fact, in a
yeah,
lot of ways, it's gotten worse,
Yeah,
actually. Homophobia, transphobia, racism, anti Semitism.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I can't. I'm so sick of talking about this woman, but I feel like it has to be said. I mean, one of the biggest fucking like franchises of the late 20th century and this century is Harry Potter. There's no denying, like, there's like a strong like classism, like that's pushed, and that's in that series, and racism, anti-Semitism. It's like there's different forms of it, and not to mention the dog whistles of sorry, the dog whistles that exist. I mean, okay, let's just be real. There's so many anti-Semitic dog whistles that it's hard to keep track of all of them. It really is. It's really
yeah,
hard to keep track of all of them. Like, the most obvious ones, I will not say them here, but it's obvious what they are, the obvious ones. But there's other ones that I don't even know about. Like I'd argue woke would qualify as an anti-Semitic dog whistle, but it's not just an anti-Semitic dog whistle; it's also a racist and sexist dog whistle as well.
The
Yeah,
fascists
racist
are
as hell.
passing laws like calling it like the anti-woke act or whatever the fuck,
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
Well,
and
It's
they'll
just
have
like
like
counterculture war bullshit too.
it's so vague though.
yeah,
What the fuck does wokeness mean? It could mean anything they want it to mean.
right,
Like,
yeah,
They
and
because,
literally had a
yeah,
book burning here in Arizona like a decade ago.
like, I'm
This
just
is
gonna
this was
say
even
this:
before like the whole like it got popular to say like anti
this
woke shit. But
anti-woke
like
shit
yeah,
was
they literally had a fucking book burning here in Arizona where they literally and it was like milquetoast shit too. It wasn't like critical race theory stuff. They were literally just trying to tell like the history of
right,
the oppressed from like the black and brown perspective, particularly the brown one, because here in Arizona, you know, there's a large Hispanic population, and it's really not really ever talked about that you know, we were also segregated, um,
right,
and especially in the Southwest over here, from like white
right.
society. They don't really talk about it.
You know what's interesting? I will talk about this book in the future. Michael Parenti wrote something really interesting. This was this was written by, in the 80s and published in the 90s though. But he wrote about how the made up media, they've pushed narratives that actually reinforce or whitewash the these the stuff that happened. Like this should I think anyone and their mom knows what Gone with the Wind is. Like there's so many movies that were made in the Civil War era that basically pushes pro slavery sentiment and basically make those who are pushing for abolition almost as bad as those who are pushing to keep slavery. Like you have the slaves basically be happy and basically passive. I'm not joking, by the way. And but then again, what does this have to do with fascism, you may ask? It's all connected because fascism would not be able to thrive if this kind of propaganda wasn't allowed to flourish.
Yeah, like the fascists, like in order to divert, you know, your actual class interests, they try to divide people from the proletariat and other oppressed classes against some fucking mythical fucking enemy who happens to be degenerate in their eyes, but also is like the fucking the one thing that's like the downfall of the West. It's fucking insane.
Yeah,
Well, this whole anti-trans stuff, like it all leads to this fascist fucking, fucking propaganda. It's like, oh, this is the end of Western civilization. It's like, you know what they're really saying when they say the end of Western civilization?
Yeah.
yeah,
And the failure to combat, like, okay, even though this is cliche to say this, but I'll say this: the failure to combat Islamophobia led to the rise of anti-Semitism. The failure to combat transphobia has led to the rise of homophobia and misogyny and
yeah,
anti-Semitism. Like every signal, like the reason why I bring up anti-Semitism because all of these bigotries lead to anti-Semitism.
yeah, exactly.
And then, you know, and then we've got, you know, the actual fascists, like the outright fascists, the admitted fascists, like, you know, Culture Thug out here talking about, you know, if you're not anti-Semitic, then you're not American. Like, just going all out with the shit. It's like,
Well,
Right.
I'm not defending Culture Thug on this one, but that isn't too far off.
yeah, I
Because
mean, it's funny because like
anti-Semitism,
he's right before the wrong reasons.
yeah, but
Right.
anti-Semitism is ingrained in American culture. You cannot
Yeah, that's what I'm
like,
saying. It's like from its very inception, it was reactionary.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how much of an anti-communist and anti-Semite Henry Ford was. I mean, some people would say that he was one of the main like like bourgeois, bourgeois fascists pushing that shit during the
And
1920s.
his family still got wealthy over the Holocaust, and they didn't suffer any consequences, and neither did the other fucking bourgeois fascists in Germany. They got a
Yeah.
slap in the wrist and nothing more. Their families, I'm not joking, their descendants still benefit fucking from what they've done to the fucking Jewish people. Joseph Goebbels' fucking descendants still benefit from the fucking for what the Nazi
Yeah,
regime did. It's like it's fucking sickening.
Pretty
yeah, I
sure
heard.
Franco's
Yeah,
family is still protected by the state too.
yeah, and they have like their own estates that like collect money off of like books and shit like that, and fan donations, and yeah,
In a just world, those people's families would have had all their wealth compensated. But we all know that's not the kind of world we live in.
right,
And I don't know who said this, but it is relevant. The the fascists will never forgive the Soviet Union for stopping fascism in World War II, or stop. They'll never forgive them for that.
I mean, so what? Fuck that. I mean, they were always opposed to communism anyway.
yeah,
No, I'm just saying they'll never forgive the Soviet Union for stopping fascism in World War II. That's basically what I was saying.
The smart ones will, because the smart ones are Nazbols, which are still fascists. But
oh god, yeah, and that might still be a thing in the future, just because of that trend always pops up historically.
Isn't it
Gotta say,
interesting if we're going to talk that majority of the people that were communists in the Soviet Union were killed in World War II?
yeah,
It's almost as
yeah,
if there's some connection. Like you have an entire generation that could have led the Soviet people to a far brighter future, but they was cut short because of the war.
yeah.
But again, I don't know enough about the history of Nazi collaboration in the Soviet Union to actually talk about it. There were collaborators. There's no denying that.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the most committed communists ended up were the ones fighting in the war too. So that's like after the war. I mean, they had over like 20 fucking 5 million people die. So,
yeah,
you gotta kind of
And
scrounge
don't
up what's left at that point.
and
I
don't
mean, it's
forget.
it's no surprise that near the end of his life, Stalin was calling for like um the Communist Party to or the actual communists up there, to fucking start to cede their state positions and become more of like an ideological like educational force to actually teach Marxism Leninism to the masses and shit.
Yeah,
Which is definitely something that was needed because clearly, I mean, after Stalin's death, I mean, Marxism Leninism was extremely lacking after that point.
I don't know how
yeah,
anyone could defend the fucking Soviet Union after fucking Stalin's death. I mean, it was whatever the Soviet Union was, like by the time, like it was the Soviet Union of from Lenin to Stalin was dead by the 60s.
Yeah,
yeah,
It really was. Like that's why I'm saying like those who basically lament to the fall of the Soviet Union, it's like don't even. It's like the Soviet Union was dead, but in the 1960s. Like the
yeah,
Soviet Union that resisted fascism became the very thing it fought against.
yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, I think Hoja later on described like Stalin's funeral as like a little beer hall putsch between the
yeah,
revisionists. They were already like, it was a mess already. And it was, and then it turned into, yeah, social imperialism, which is just another form of fascism. Um, and I know that there's some so-called Marxists who want to deny that aspect as well. But
To be
yeah,
honest, if you sub money, I don't take people that say communism is a form of slavery seriously, because it's basically self-projecting what their preferred ideology does to majority of the world's proletariat. I just laugh at them. The one thing you gotta understand, the 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 reactionaries that are so brainwashed that they refuse to actually reevaluate their what their way of thinking, and even actually consider they might be wrong. They're not worth talking to. Those kind of reactionaries, because they think anything that's slightly to the left of Ronald Reagan is communism. Like, they think neoliberalism is communism. These are the kind of people, and I know this from experience, that will go out of their way to basically say that capitalism, like what we're in now, is cronyism. It's like whatever kind of fucking stupid bullshit is that? It's the it's basically an end cap. And yeah, by the way, end caps are fascists. Just for those of you who are watching, who basically bent over backwards to basically defend basically the capitalist system, and they even say some insane shit like capitalism has never existed.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're basically the left comms of capitalism.
yeah.
They're so they're
There's
so
some,
batshit insane that the fascists don't really take them seriously. At least the smart ones.
yeah, there's some ANCAPs who think that, or they support like cartels and stuff like that as well, and it's like, ooh,
For real. I don't remember the name of the work. I'll have to find it. But I know in 1969, Hoja wrote a work talking about the situation in Czechoslovakia, where there's like this funny section where it's called "The Revisionists Against Revisionism," and he's talking about how fucking. Or was it Khrushchev, Brezhnev? Like, the Brezhnevites were fucking
yeah,
um, the Brezhnevites were decrying about the revisionists, who they were revisionists, by the way, like the people in Czechoslovakia, the leading group there. Um, those guys are definitely revisionists too, but that doesn't mean that the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia was justified, because they were also revisionists. So
right, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it was it was a pretty divisive moment too, and this ended up actually helping other revisionists, as Hoja points out, right? Yeah, even like
yeah, it was
even
56 all over again, except this time they didn't get the support of some actual communists, like
Now,
Hoja and
right,
Mao.
I'm just gonna let my audience know that for those of you who are confused, what is revisionism? What does this have to do with fascism? Fa- Revisionism always leads to fascism. Always. There
Yeah,
isn't one revisionist that isn't a fascist. Not one. And well, this is the easiest example to use because those in my audience are familiar with this guy. Let's just refer to let's just call him Spanky, because I'm not going to call him by his name.
uh-huh.
Spanky is the ultimate is the one of the biggest revisionists that calls himself a Marxist. I
Yeah,
mean, okay, but then again, what is revisionism? I think you guys can. I think one of you guys could explain it.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's different types of revisionism too. I mean, what we're talking about in particular is we're talking about modern revisionism, and modern
yeah,
revisionism tries to basically mask itself as Marxism Leninism and trying to be principled, but
yeah,
it's certainly not.
Now,
and
as
and it,
someone that's a Maoist third worldist, no, that is not that I am not a revisionist. because I still believe in the core principles of Marxism, Leninism.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
being like upholding a higher stage of Marxism is not being a revisionist. It's going against those principles in order to uphold capitalism. Is essentially what being a revisionist is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's different maskings, as Flashy said, you got these kind of like Menshevik people, these sock films type. And then you just got like the straight out kind of right deviationists, the
Yeah.
ones that are fascists, and
Yeah,
there's
and
a
the, the,
few.
the thing is that everybody knows really about the old revisionism, like the
Right,
reformist type of revisionists, the ones that are
right,
literally just fucking sock dems basically,
yeah,
and we know about the social chauvinists of the Second International too. We know about those fucking people. Um,
yeah,
there's that other form of revision too, which Hojo always calls modern revisionism. Um,
right,
And yeah, the modern revisionism one is the most annoying in my opinion because like they're the ones that pretend that they're actually Marxist-Leninists, but they're not.
right. I agree with you there for sure. And yeah, the modern revisions are the worst. These Khrushchevite, Brezhnevite. There's neo-Brezhnevites too, and chances are a lot of these idiots probably call themselves tankies or whatever. I,
Yeah,
I hate that term.
I've grown to hate
Yeah,
tankies, and I don't want to fucking quote fucking oh our favorite guys here, our favorite, and I'm saying this by the way to basically I did what oh god I ruined it.
who?
What's up, Stone?
Hello.
Yo,
We're
I there was that. I think the best thing to sum up like the modern revisionism thing was that quote that I posted the other day and about from Hoja, where he describes revisionists like Khrushchev and Tito, and he basically says here, he says, quote, "There was nothing Marxist-Leninist in their actions and stands. They were guided by counter-revolutionary aims and had assumed leadership of revisionism, which is capitalism in a new form. The enemy of the unity of peoples, the inciter of reactionary nationalism, of the drive towards an establishment of the most ferocious fascist dictatorship, which does not permit even the slightest sign of formal bourgeois democracy. Revisionism is the idea and action which leads the turning of a country from socialism back to capitalism, the turning of a communist party into a fascist party. It is inspire of ideological chaos, confusion, corruption, repression, arbitrarily instability, and putting the homeland up for option. For auction. So yeah,
One of the core things about that I really like is in defining it as as a most ferocious fascism.
yeah,
Because I mean, revisionism is probably like if you want to look at it from a socioeconomic angle, it is the most effective form of fascism. China is a shining example of that.
yeah,
The only fascist country
absolutely.
that really came close to the stability of China would be Franco's Spain because of the cooperative system he operated. But
Yeah,
Franco Spain was a wreck because Spain has been a wreck since the Spanish American War.
yeah. And I've actually seen some fascists just openly like the pro Tito as well, which is pretty funny too.
yeah,
Tito has a lot of connections with fascism as well. So.
yeah. There's
Oh, by the way,
I
Hojo
wonder
also
what their opinions are of Dimitrov.
yeah. There's
they're
a
probably
there,
pretty fond of him.
yeah.
He has
Hojo,
shown us the true patriotic nationalism we must aspire.
yeah, but
Yeah,
also, well, I forgot the last sentence here from the Soji Corps. He says this tragedy occurred in the Soviet Union and other revisionist countries. So, he's saying, the Soviet Union became social imperialist. They reverted back to capitalism and became a fascist dictatorship, not a socialist country at that point any longer.
Exactly, and trying to get people to swallow that it's so fucking stressful sometimes. It's like, no, like I'm not trying to like the people take it like I'm trying to insult the Soviet people. It's like, oh, you insult the Soviet people. We're on about the aristocrats. The
yeah,
working people of the Soviet Union didn't create the fascism. Now, there is to there is to a certain degree in a class collaborative society that they have a seat at the table, but I doubt they instantly realized, oh shit, fascism is here. There was a point of no return where you can't give so much leeway. I mean, by the time of the 70s, you can't be so lenient on this situation. But in the 60s and the 50s, it's a bit hit or miss. The only thing that really comes into contention with that is if the secret speech was enough to cause the Georgians to rise up, why wasn't there rise? Or if there were, where's the information on them? Because I want to know. Because I know that a lot of the information around uprisings in the Soviet Union is quite scarce because they kept it pretty hush hush.
Yeah.
Crafty little cunts.
Oh, Stone, I don't know if you were listening to the. I'll go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, wait, Stone, you're saying that people actually strike during the revisionist era?
No autonomy at all.
But guys, the Soviet Union was communist, didn't you know?
Red flag. They had a red flag until 1991.
Yeah. All
like-
aesthetics-based shit. Oh,
It's
but
like, okay. I'm tired of having to say this. Okay, I don't think I've said this enough. As communists, we need to stop lamenting the death of the Soviet Union in 1991 because the Soviet Union did not die in 1991. It died.
No, the Soviet Empire died in 91, and that was a fucking good thing.
Like the Soviet Union died.
Well, sorry, I must clarify though, it wasn't entirely a good thing. The Soviet Union dying caused a cataclysm of problems that should never have happened and wouldn't have happened if it didn't collapse. But all empires need to collapse. It is a progressive thing for that empire to go down. It's just it went down in a way that benefited the American imperialists, the British imperialists, and the fucking European Union, and that's not on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that the fall of it was a good thing. But it
No. I'm clarifying on my own point because I said it was. I'm just clarifying the nuance because I don't want people to take me out of context and either get the wrong idea and push the wrong idea, or think I've got the wrong idea. And
personally, I don't think it was either a good or a bad thing that it fell because it's at the time that it fell. Honestly, that is what we should basically.
Well, I'm distinctly talking about the Soviet Empire as a separate entity from the collapse of Soviet Union. The Soviet Socialist Union died in 1956.
Yeah.
The Soviet Empire died in 1991.
Yeah,
and that's the shitty thing too.
Actually, I was about to say the Soviet Union died in the that what we knew as the Soviet Union died in the 50s, or early 60s. But you took the words right out of my mouth. You made my point better than I could.
Yeah, it's a shitty thing too because it's like now we got to deal with like the whole fucking backlash of like half of the Soviet Union's existence, so we have to deal with like the role of modern revisionism in that shit, and people are always going to associate all of the social imperialist crap with Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism. I mean, any offshoot from that, they were always going to be immediately associated with, oh, would you support like the Afghanistan invasion or Czechoslovakia and all this shit? It's like, no, that was literally during the social imperialist era, and it's weird too because like you even run into like some somewhat decent people that still defend that shit. It's like, and then you try to explain to them like the details of it. It's like you realize this was during like the revisionist period, right? Like, you got to kind of address like what the actual aims and goals of the Soviet Union was in those conflicts. It's like the PDPA in Afghanistan was not even that popular at all. I mean, in fact, they're quite unliked actually among the people in Afghanistan.
Yeah, was it you're a real fucking communist when you target the fucking the Marxists before you target the fucking Mujahideen. They turned on the Maoists while turning around and actively ignoring Al Qaeda, like a bunch of fucking smart boys. Let's go target the people who would have been our allies in the moment, and we could have squabbled after dealing with the nationalist threat to, well, let's just go fucking massacre the guys we may have had common ground with, which obviously they didn't because they were revisionists. But I mean, I'm just proving my point that they were revisionists because they didn't have common ground with the Maoists, and they were very light on the the fucking the fundamentalists, they'd just taken out of power.
It's like that one was it a poem or a haiku or something about in Nazi Germany where it was like first they came for the communists. It's like that same shit.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, Stone, I don't know if you were listening in on the stream before you joined, whatever, but I was talking a little bit about how this there's this one Hoja piece. It's pretty good where he talks about the Soviet social imperialist invasion of Czechoslovakia, and he's got a section in this work called "The Revisionists Against Revisionism." I just thought it was a little spicy, little funny shit, but yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like we got to deal with modern revisionism still to this day, where it's like we got so-called communist parties and so-called Marxist-Leninists that are just pushing the most ridiculous fucking imperialist bullshit.
Or
all
so-called.
time.
So what's it? Is Hoja talking about the moment when you have Deng calling Brezhnev a revisionist?
Yeah, each other, yeah. And when Brezhnev was calling, what's the name of the main group there? There was one of the main bourgeois revisionist groups in Czechoslovakia that was like gunning for power there too, or basically the prime ones there.
The thing was there were fucking everyone hyper focuses on just the bourgeois aspect of what went on with Czechoslovakia, but Czechoslovakia was a quite diverse situation. There was Marxists there that were wanted, out of the Warsaw Pact.
Yeah.
Which I don't fucking blame them.
Yeah,
Soviet Union kept fucking Soviet Union and the US kept bullying each other into fucking who's gonna set off the nuke first. Everyone makes it seem like it was one side and it was just the US. Whoever's doing that needs to get their fucking knickers untwisted and put a pair of glasses on and look at things closely.
It was two imperialist power measuring their own dicks. That's essentially what most of the Cold War was.
Well, you also had like the European Union and Britain with like shrinkage, trying to fucking try and get another comparison.
Yeah, and then after
the short man syndrome.
Yeah, and then after Brezhnev invaded, Kusuko used it opportunistically to like start talking with the U.S. and Nixon and all that.
I mean, there's a Brezhnev asked the U.S. if it'd be okay if he nuked China at one point.
Yeah, he asked JFK, I think. Yeah, or LBJ, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Khrushchev was still in power when JFK was alive.
Yeah.
It's really interesting how mask off we're seeing a lot of these so-called Marxists, like how open they're pushing class collaborationism. Like the more you study the history of the Nazi regime and how big a role that class collaboration played a role in that regime. Like it is impossible to reconcile the fact that the petty bourgeoisie are the biggest threat to socialism and to building a working class movement.
It all depends on the certain stages of the revolution situation, but I mean, the petty bourgeoisie certainly have a greater grip on how in which capitalism in and of itself handles the proletariat and deals with us, because capitalists, the big bourgeoisie have become so big they don't know where their feet touch the ground.
Yeah.
You see this in Crisis. The petty bourgeoisie has to almost like scream at the bourgeoisie, like, "Whoa, what the fuck? Stop doing the stupid thing. You're going to kill us all." And sometimes the bourgeoisie listen. Sometimes.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I'm just being slightly semantic and pedantic. But and it's at the point of revolutionary struggle itself. So they are the most dangerous thing to revolutionary struggle because of Lenin gets into this better than I can. But basically, it comes into two issues. One is you have the agents of the bourgeoisie directly, the ones who are ideologically strong in there. They're going to be the ones whom are going to be intersecting with lieutenants of labor, the labor aristocracy. And so they have a mediation of activity within the working class. People like Mosley are examples of this, where they have connections with labor aristocratic union organizers and utilize that to foster a base. But then you
Yeah.
also have the petty bourgeois fellow travelers and their infection of communist parties, struggles and movements with their half-assed nature, liberal mannerisms, careless mannerisms of careless disrespect of proletarians and proletarian culture. They're there for the ride, so long as the ride suits them and their bourgeois masters are not treating them so fairly. But as soon as they can get a striking better deal out of their bourgeois fucking masters, be them liberal or fascist, they'll swipe it up quicker than they can tell you to go fucking shove your head up your own arse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as if like the continual fucking call for united fronts against like some random ass bullshit. And it's like why do we keep on siding with the bourgeoisie here?
Did no one learn from what happened in Ireland?
For real.
I mean, they're not even learning from Peru. I mean, they're just like making some weird excuse for why this sock them fucking failed after like pandering to the bourgeoisie and the right wing for 16 months and goes down like a little bitch, just like with the
Yeah.
police and
Yeah.
But
and
it's
yeah,
like I question, especially if you live in Europe, but I mean, even to a certain degree, America, because of how many fucking Irish people, especially in the lower classes of America, came over during the great famines and oppressions that are going on over these ends. Is
right,
that like you get people who call themselves Marxists, and it's all right to not know like all these intimate details, but they know so little on anything regarding Ireland, and they like live in Europe, and it's like I know people from fucking South America to fucking Kuwait to fucking Asia, and Ireland and its struggle is like a beacon of what they want and what they feel they need to do for their people. So I can't understand why white people don't have as much respect for something that's important and intrinsic to our own struggles when it's like it's one of the greatest things that have occurred within European culture for revolutionary history. The Irish Revolution was one of the most groundbreaking inspirations and helped inspire the development of the Red Army in of the Red Guard system that became the Red Army in the Russian Revolution. As Lenin said in
right,
1918, the first Red Army and the first Red Guard in Europe was in Ireland in 1916, the revolution. And if we're going to learn from this revolution, we should maybe learn literally how that revolution failed. They were backstabbed by the fucking petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. They tried to work with these petty bourgeois IRA group. They formed the original IRA out of it. It was a cross between the Citizens IRA, Connolly's group, and another IRA group that I couldn't remember the name of, and they formed, and their petty bourgeois faction stabbed them in the back and sold them out to the British, and ended the Irish Revolution and formed the Irish Free State, which we've had to this day. As an Irish comrade of mine said, what was it? A couple hours ago, he turned around and he's like, the Irish Free State is celebrating quote unquote independence by restoring Ireland to the 1920s conditions of
jeez,
poverty, destitution, and oppression.
Yeah, and I mean another great lesson from that fucking revolution and Conley and his group in particular is there is no road to true national independence under capitalism. If you want actual national independence, you have to have a socialist republic. You have to go to the system of socialism.
And there will be no socialism there will be no socialist republic in England without a socialist independent republic in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and um, Cornwall's complicated. I don't know why Cornwall would exist independently. I mean, they could. There's been like discussions about like whether they go to Brittany or Wales, but they definitely need to not be in England because they're not English. bit
Right.
fucked. It's a bit fucked if England's just like, we're gonna keep this Celtic land when like if they have to be in a union with another country, if we're to follow the national question, it should be Wales or Brittany. Makes more sense to be Wales because they're closer to them, but Brittany is not actually that nonsensical either. They're Brittonic peoples of common relation, and the Cornish language is closer to Welsh though, and if you're gonna look about Brittonic languages, so Wales makes the most sense. But so I'm keeping the door open. I'm not Cornish. Couldn't fucking tell you. So ask someone whom is a Cornish national liberation fucking type. They'll tell you the beans and sausages on the situation. Mm, like some beans and sausages. But the fucking what's it? Uh, there's no English Socialist Republic without an independent Irish Socialist Republic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's
Absolutely.
like almost verbatim what Marx even said, all the way fucking back in the day, where he was like, the only way for the liberation of the Englishman is with the freedom of the Irishman. Yeah. So like it's literally an inherent part of our struggle. Like you have to take into account like there is no your own nation can never be free if it oppresses others too, as Lenin also said. Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
right.
true.
Like there has to be an independence for all the Celtic nations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like if you want to build socialism in the North American continent, like every state should and every nation should have a right to secede if they don't want to be part of such a nation. Theoretically, if you want to build a
I
socialist
mean,
America,
America is just 50 fucking countries in a fucking trench coat.
I
Like,
would argue it's more than 50 countries. I'd argue
Yeah.
it's way more than 50
well,
countries.
yeah, it is, but I'm not good at counting, so I'm just gonna go with the number that's on the flag with the
Well,
stars.
I'm saying because okay, I'll just pull from my experience. If I were to go to Orange County and go from Orange County to Sacramento, it would be like a different country. And the same thing if I were to
Yeah.
go to LA
Well, I can
County.
end discriminating Sacramento like this. I'm only joking.
Well, I'm just saying that if you even if you go to a different city, the culture is different, the people are different, I'd argue you have thousands of different countries within America alone, consider just how much different each city or
Yeah.
town is from
It's not
each
that
other.
diverse, conglomeratively speaking.
I
That gets
mean,
into fractionalism and what's it, complete decentralization.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just based. Bob. I'm speaking from my experience. I'm not. This is not universal because it could be different if you were to go to another state. But
Like, so,
California,
I mean, like places like California and Texas, you could argue like two, three, four states could feasibly exist within those regions because of disparaging cultural differences. But a full synopsis would have to be made to even throw a number out there. The situation is more complicated anyway because America is a country that's displaced populations quite a lot. So even with like, let's say the people that are ingrained, Europeans that are ingrained in like Chicago, for example. Well, like if you're like a black family that used to have grounds in Chicago, you're gonna need the right of ability to go back there. So there's a lot of people who are like displaced around America who are black and native, who are likely gonna want to return to the state they used to live in before they had to move around in the what this mostly happened in the Great Depressions, not just the one in 27. I mean the ones before that too. Um, the where a lot of white and black workers would have to move around the country a lot, but it heavily affected black people more than anything. If you look at the era of the Great Depression, you can actually find photos of fucking what's it, black travelers traveling around the country looking for jobs.
Yeah,
yeah.
Um,
I actually back in my hometown, I grew up in a ghetto area known as Okie Town, and it got that name from back in the Dust Bowl and Great Depression era because people were moving from like the Midwest, like Oklahoma and shit, down over here because and they were making little fucking shanty houses and shit out of like
well,
tinfoil.
the Hopis are a native tribe.
Yeah. Well, I said Okie, not Hopi.
Oh, I thought it was Hopi with a H.
Oh no. No,
I
it's
know
oki.
it's
Yeah,
a
it's still
it's
from
a
like
drug slur. I get what you mean.
yeah.
Typical.
Yeah.
To be honest, you fucking on the streets, and I don't blame man them for wanting to take a bit of fucking opium. I was on fucking ecstasy when I was homeless. Like fucking people judge too much. Like fucking, you have all these like white middle class people judge everyone homeless to taking drugs. It's like, oh, yeah, you go fucking Costa and drink a coffee that has so much caffeine in it. It's like taking crack, and then you go fucking downloads of prescription opiates because fucking like almost half the fucking middle class are fucking taking opiates as a prescription that they just get off the doctors because they're depressed, as if you're supposed to fucking prescribe painkillers for depression.
Yeah.
But it genuinely the middle class people judging like poor people for being drug addicts is like fucking it's like it'd be like Hitler calling Mussolini a murderer. Like
Well,
you're pissing in the same bed you lie in. Don't
I
piss in the same bed you
I'm just
lie
gonna
in.
quote my favorite Star Trek, one of my favorite Star Trek characters, but except I'm gonna replace it with with like this. Everything that a reactionary says is a confession. Every accusation.
Was that from Star Trek? I hear people say that type of shit all the time.
I didn't even know that was from Star Trek. I just heard fucking that Sophie from Mars say it, and I was like, oh,
Well,
that sounds wise.
it's a quote from one of the characters. His name is Garrick. He basically said every accusation is a confession.
His name's Gary.
Garrick.
His
I mean,
name's now Gary.
Gary.
Okay, whatever.
Gary.
Okay, but still, I would not be
Gary
surprised if a
Starkiller.
lot of these anti-drug types do drugs themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I've been
Okay,
knowing
I'm
that's
saying this
the
as
right.
someone with who's had a father. Who's basically bagged on people for doing drugs, and he was one of the biggest drug addicts I knew. By the way, I'm not saying this to like basically calling him a scum. I'm just saying a lot of these people who
Well,
are
I am. Sorry.
the most
No, I'm
heavily
not.
anti-drug are usually the ones that do drugs themselves.
Yeah, like
Right.
I know discrimination to people having to go through hardships, but fucking you like so the worst ones is that it's like and this is especially more common in America, but even we have an opium crisis with the middle class. It's like middle class calling out like they speak of like the opium pandemic as if it's like a fucking thing that the poor people have caused and the poor people are the problem of. And it's like I hope they know a lot of homeless opium addicts come from the middle class. They're like fall from grace types. A lot of people are like on the streets and are doing opium. Like a lot of them are poor people who suffer with disabilities. Like either way, don't judge either of them. They're both in a fucked situation. Like one's lost their entire life. That's shattering. It's so hard to get off the opium at that point because your whole life around you is melted into smithereens. And then the other one is fucking disabled and struggling by and trying to get himself going. And then there's a middle ground between this that's also okay. That's a mixture of these two things because there's a spectrum between what I've just described. I've put the two endpoints. There's a spectrum between it. All of it's okay. There's nothing wrong with the fact that these people are suffering and they're trying to tolerate it. We need to find ways to help them away from this suffering and how they're tolerating it because they're tolerating it in a self-destructive fashion. But going and telling people that you're just being self-destructive, do you not think that they don't know? You don't think we don't know that drugs are dangerous? Like you think when I was taking ecstasy, I was like, oh yeah, neurotoxins, lol. When I knew what the neurotoxins were and I knew what they did, I've got a very fucking good understanding of what drugs fucking do. I still did it. It's not about like people needing some enlightened aristocrat to come and tell them, oh yeah, did you know opium's bad? As if they don't fucking like suffer withdrawal the moment they don't fucking get it. Do you know what opium withdrawal does? Do you know how your brain requires dopamine to do anything? Do you know what happens when you're not on opium? Your brain does not produce dopamine. It fucks you. But when you go like all these, but pointing it on like the proletariat as if there's a big opium pandemic, when even with the amount of like people who fall into poverty on opium use, the highest users of opium in America are middle income users.
Yeah,
I think one thing I'd like
with
to maybe,
over-the-counter opiates as well, nonetheless, not prescriptions.
I think one thing I would like to basically maybe in the future do a more in-depth discussion is because I feel like there isn't enough a discussion that the difference between the working class and the middle class. I just feel like that's a discussion I would like to have more in depth in the future because I
It's
feel
a
like
good discussion, one that's definitely going to give me some gray hairs.
look, I mean, if I
Oh
mean
wait,
we
look
could
at true
have
crime
part of it.
online communities. They hype up a handful of white women or children getting hurt. That is sad, but in my hood, lots of women and children, non-white, are victimized. Oh, that's how it is. The more people that are targeted in these victimized situations end up being the disparaged groups. Because in an abusive situation, we got to think about how white men take advantage of minority women and children in relative situations. So when there's an abusive relationship going on, a white man will see the black woman as even lesser, someone completely subordinate to him, someone that feminism has been immuted on because he has a superiority that is like even more, because these people are thinking eugenically. They think it's even more genetically defined than even just gender alone. They think it's compounded, so they think they have an even greater and more defensible sense of superiority in the moment of engagement, and they will use that superiority to crush them and keep them under control and break their will of motion and struggle. And they and do you know what's even fucking the really fucking fucking break your heart sick part of it is how they go out of their way to target strong black women to knock them down as much as possible into subordinates as an achievement of conquer. It's proper colonial shit.
yeah,
Well, I know
It's so much.
my cousin who's black. Um, basically he basically I know he said one time that the reason why so many white men are afraid of black women because they won't put up with their shit. My jury and I do think that's true, but I think what you say is valid. It's I just find it disgusting that you have these people that target women like in that way. It makes me sick. It just goes to show you racism, misogyny, all this stuff is connected. And I know people are probably but Darth Sinovia, what does this have to do with fascism? Everything. Everything we're talking about is relevant to the conversation of the topic of this stream. Everything is relevant.
Well,
Because
what's it? Rose. That's because these fucking true crime documentary things. They're designed to try and paint a perspective tied to the culture of colonialism and capitalism. So they have to paint the people of color as the problem in the situation. Now there is a problem of sexism and abuse and brutalization in people of color. As there is people of whiteness. I mean, a lot of the toxic masculinity in white culture is seeped into black culture, and also the oppressive nature of how in which black boys have been expected to have to take up a role of responsibility quite early in life because I mean their fathers were commonly killed in mines and in plantation fields on the sharecropping farms, breaking their neck and back working to provide for their family. That it has created a toxic masculine culture within blackness as well, even though blackness has had a strong feminine culture for most of its existence. The especially with the idolization of the mother in what's it all the way back to the days of slavery because of how in which the relationships were kindled. So like but I'm not trying to put that aside a certain moment, but they are trying to make a racial targeting on people of color so that they can purvey a perspective of racism that allows people to that's trying to push eugenics is what I'm trying to get at. Sorry, I'm fucking fumbling my words. It's fucking eugenics.
Yeah. And there's like It's crazy how they see this too, because there's different ways that this shit manifests as well. Where it's like there's those like those there's even like documentary footage of like fucking um indigenous children being taken away from their fucking families at
Right.
young to be fucking adopted or sent off to some fucking boarding school or some shit,
Yeah.
basically try to quote civilize the savages unquote, that type of shit.
Yeah.
I hate the manner of like the use of the word backwards or the use of the word civilized and uncivilized in regards to like the in regards to like let's say like a hunter gatherer society compared to us. Both of those are civilizations. Civilization is where humanity came from. There's no such thing as like the uncivilized era of human civilization. No, there's a reason why we turn around and go, okay, prehistory is known as the monolithic era. I wonder why. Because and we were what's known as primitive societies. They literally call that in anthropology. The monolithic era was a primitive civilizations. If they're primitive civilizations, then how can the British Empire be civilizing the world if civilization is an innate feature of Homo sapien sapien?
Yeah.
It's just a a a, a, a way to push like white supremacy and colonialism and imperialism. It's just a justification for that.
We were the Roman Empire, like the West Roman Empire still existed when the Chinese Empire started feudalism. Like, like white people, white Westerners, like thinking that we've always just been like ahead of the fucking curve when like the what's it the come on, bro, it's very, I'm sorry. the hoghorn, but the uh but the what's it? What was I saying? Bugger. I can't.
Civilization, China, feudalism.
Oh yeah, well, what's it? The Westerners trying to think that like Western civilization has just like always been ahead forever. People like Ben Shapiro. Hypothetically, if I said, but the what's it? I'm not very good at doing a Ben Shapiro voice, but it's basically all he ever says.
Well, if you
Take
want
it hypothetically that if I was to admit that I'm a piece of shit, but the what's it? Where they believe that like the West have always just been like ahead of everything, and they've just been smarty pants, fuck brains. They created
Yeah.
capitalism in like 2000 BC or some shit, and they just didn't tell anyone for 4,000 years. The what's it? You know, fuck that bullshit off, because if anything, it's been like the last 400 years that the West has been like kind of maybe ahead. 250 years for definite. And I mean, ahead is kind of being a bit disingenuous, because the East and the West have been like switching places on who's ahead like constantly over the last 400 years, fighting for imperial hegemon. Like I hope people know, before the rise of like modern imperialism, the Russian and the British Empire used to like tussle it out with each other, and the Russians have beaten the British on several occasions. You wouldn't go like, the power balance between Russia and Britain is like Britain being more powerful than Russia didn't occur until the 1800s. I wonder what changes happened in the world in the 1800s that put the British ahead of other people. I wonder if capitalism has something to do with those developments, and not anything to do with an East and Western divide. And that's the problem that comes into these things. The East and Western thing is more just a problem of like, what's the progressive moment in history at the time? And when China was doing feudalism in before the change into AD, it was 200 and some at BC, if I remember rightly. An Australian comrade was telling me about it earlier. The what's it? um, when Europe didn't hit feudalism until the like what is like 4 to 600 AD. It's just one of those progressive point things. Like China was at a more progressive point; they developed at that point. The British Empire hit the progressive industrial revolution first. Examples like that. The Soviet Union had the best industrialization on record in its socialization development, and showed how much socialism took the drastic difference between capitalism and feudalism and made it look like a walk in the fucking park. Like fucking shat all over it and pissed on its grave. But what's it? These intrinsic developments allow accelerations of class antagonisms, relationships, and the structure of society and its state of being entirely, constantly throughout history. That's why communism isn't going to be like the be all end all, because like there's always going to be some contradiction next that brings us to some ground point of change, of evolution, as it be, because we are product of our experiences and we are products of the ever changing nature of contradiction in the universe. But remember, while contradiction is always changing, contradiction will never end, because if contradiction ended, we wouldn't exist. So there's always going to be more things to learn, more things to know, and more ways to apply ourselves as human beings before we even consider going into fucking space. Mind all those dreamers.
Yeah.
Well, what's actually ironic about that comment is I do agree that it's ironic that reactionaries love like the how great Western civilization it is, yet reject um, most of the values of the Enlightenment era.
Yeah.
I just find that interesting, if I have to say so myself, because everything that the Enlightenment era pushed is what most of these reactionaries oppose.
Okay, so the Enlightenment era was an anti-religious movement at first. Well, kind of. So you had the Protestantism, and then you had like the atheist movement that came out of it. So you had like the Renaissance, the Protestant Renaissance, and then you had like later the bourgeois materialist Enlightenment as well, which kind of failed. Um, kind of is the reason it's complicated, because it kind of succeeded too. Christian materialism is more popular in like Anglospheric countries and in European countries than, let's say, like the more scientific and rationalist materialism that the bourgeoisie rose up with in the 16th and 17th centuries. Um, Engels talks about this step back in Socialism Problems with Socialism Scientific Utopian. I know books, but the what's it? The so like you have the backtracking of like the British, the French, and bourgeoisie into more religious fanaticism, and like as Gramsci put it, a Christian materialism that was born in the Enlightenment period, that sort of took hold within the spheres of bourgeois intellectuality, and you see this very much coming in tandem with Hegelian idealism. What's it? Something I've been talking about, where I've said, because I only read this from Gramsci the other day, but the thing that I was saying, which one of you have probably heard in the passive conversations where I've rambled off on, is about it being neo-Hegelianism and traditional materialism that makes up the backbone of fascism. So Gramsci's kind of hitting similar notations here. It's in the culture on the culture on the ideology of praxis,
Yeah.
from his prison notebooks.
Yeah. Oh, and kind of back to like how like the fucking the white supremacist fucking state, they try to push like I guess you want to call it like a colonized mindset through propaganda, among oppressed nations and stuff like that, and how they tried to fucking change how the indigenous people wiped them of their culture and everything, basically like a cultural genocide. Um, I find it interesting too that I don't know if you've ever read Eldridge
Oh
Cleaver's.
God, we have I don't know who we have here, but
What?
I don't think I want to argue this.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I was trying not to laugh because like I'm seeing this like,
What?
oh, the communists are like the dictators and all that, while fucking Flash is talking about genocide, and I'm trying not to fucking like, it's like
Oh, so was it
fucking
some
the
troll?
moment.
I didn't have
It's
the
like,
chat
I
out.
don't
Was it
know if
some
you're
troll?
trolling or
Yeah, some troll in the chat, like fucking talking about how like the capitalism is the benevolent dictator and capitalism is a dictator and communism is the benevolent dictator that kills 60 million people or some stupid shit.
it's like
Yeah.
Someone
even
called default name. I wonder if that's the same default from before. If you know what I'm saying.
even if communism killed 60 million, if we're gonna entertain that idea, ca- cap-
Communism killed your nan.
capitalism killed more people in like 2 world wars more than communism ever could.
I'm
With
gonna get your great aunt Patricia. I'm gonna be like the wolf from Red Riding Hood, and I'm gonna wear a skin and fucking try and like sell you on the meat market. See how much we can fucking how much can we make a curry out of you?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Oh,
but
well, you taste good in the curry, son. Get in the pot.
like I'm not going to entertain this idea that that communism is like is like worse than capitalism. Because that's been debunked so many goddamn times. I'm not going to have this conversation. No, that's not what this stream is about.
I used to say that to my dog when I was walking him, like when he wouldn't heal. I'd like, if you don't heal, I'll put you in a fucking curry.
So
Like, I wouldn't actually. I loved him to bits, but it's good to have a joke. I don't like being heavily strict with animals.
um
yeah.
I,
Oh,
I was gonna
what
do
I was
this
gonna
with,
say though is that
I was gonna do this
you know,
when Gangaros got here, but I don't know if he's gonna be here, so I'm just gonna bring this up. I think bringing up the Kanye West thing is important. Not now, but sometime in the stream, we should discuss, the effects that it's having.
yeah, we can get into it shortly. I think I can play this what I'm about to say into that. That's a good segue into there. So basically, what I was gonna say is that if I don't know if you guys have ever read Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice. If you haven't, you should. It's a pretty interesting read to get into his mindset of what he was thinking, and it kind of gets into this thing of like how white supremacy tries to indoctrinate um, colonized nations into believing in the white supremacy bullshit. And he basically there's a part of here where he goes into how they have like the idealized beauty standards of like white society and shit, and how they basically try to say like, oh, the black woman is like masculine, hyper masculine, and basically try to make the black woman look like a violent, just like have all the worst traits, and try to see the white woman as like this like holy fucking grail of beauty
Well,
standards or whatever.
that definitely isn't. That doesn't sound like it's not pushing transphobia.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he gets in here. He says, he basically goes into. He says here, and at the beginning of this book, like the first couple of chapters, he says here, he says, "quote From our discussion, which began that evening and has never yet ended, we went on to notice how thoroughly, as a matter of course, a black growing up in America is indoctrinated with the white race's standard of beauty." And then he goes on down here. He says, "It intensified my frustrations to know that I was indoctrinated to see the white woman as more beautiful and desirable than my own black woman." And then a couple sentences down there, he goes more into the Emmett Till situation as well. And this one's pretty crazy too, because he goes into his own self hatred of his own feelings and stuff. How he's angry that he himself has been indoctrinated somewhat to this, even though he's taken notice of it. So he says here, he says, uh, "quote Emmett Till, a young black man down in Chicago, was murdered allegedly for flirting with a white woman. He had been shot, his head crushed from repeated blows with a blunt instrument, and his badly decomposed body was recovered from a river with a heavy weight on it. I was, of course, angry over the whole bit, but one day I saw in a magazine a picture of the white woman with whom Emmett Till was said to have flirted. While looking at the picture, I felt that little tenderness in the center of my chest I experience when a woman appeals me. I was disgusted and angry with myself. Here was a woman who had caused the death of a black man, possibly because when he looked at her, he also felt the same tensions of lust and desire in his chest, and probably for the same general reasons that I felt them. It was all unacceptable to me. I looked at the picture again and again, and in spite of everything and against my will, and the hate I felt for the woman and all that she represented, she appealed to me. I flew into a rage at myself, at America, at white women, at the history that had placed those tensions of lust and desire in my chest. Unquote. I think that's a very interesting passage there because it really gets into this
It hits a hammer on
indoctrination.
the head of things.
Yeah.
I ordered his book Soul on Ice today along with George Jackson's Blood in My Eye because I feel like it's essential because I feel like I failed in my studies this year.
Yeah, you should also get Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks. That's another good one.
Yeah, I want to get that. And what's it? I'm listening to. I'm re-listening to. What's it? Fanon's Wretched of the Earth at the minute. I like Satra's intro. That's probably one of my favorite things when going back to fucking Wretched of the Earth. Satra fucking drops the beat on it. He's like, yo, a lot of people in Europe are like, what does this have to do with us? Isn't this about settler countries? It's like, bruh, who the fuck sent them over there, you stupid cunts? It's like, yes, Satra, you're on my page. Fucking love you, you little bastard. Come here, you French fucker. I know you like giving people kisses.
But yeah, so with this whole how white supremacy is pushed onto these colonized nations here, I think the segues good into the Kanye shit here because
Oh, definitely.
Kanye is another
Well,
example.
genocide's always a great thing to have as a segue. That certainly is a great thing to have on UCV.
Yeah,
Can easily be segued into conversations about genocide.
yeah.
Well, the Kanye West thing, I think it was inevitable that someone was going to say the quiet part out loud.
It was going to come from somebody within the black community, and from the extreme bourgeois part of that community as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's just this was a long time coming. It really was. Like,
Oh yeah, I remember. I don't even know how many years ago it was now. It felt like forever ago when he was talking about what was it, like something about like
Slave denial.
slavery, slavery denial, or like maybe they didn't have it so bad or something like that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was some stupid ass shit he said about slavery. I mean, and if anyone was going to say some crazy shit like that, it was going to be Kanye or Kyrie too. Both people into some weird shit all the time. And it's like they get these fucking big ass figures in the black community that they're gonna try to push this fucking bullshit. It's crazy too because he's literally like praising fucking Hitler on fucking Alex Jones and sitting right next to fucking literal white supremacists. It's like,
and what's interesting. I'm not saying this is interesting because I find it interesting. It's just the reaction from various people on the right. Dave Rubin tried to downplay this by saying he's actually a leftist, which I don't. Okay, I know I shouldn't bring. I just bring it up because it's Dave Rubin is a fucking cuck, and it's a pathetic way to try to deflect the right's anti-Semitism on the left. And Ben Shapiro's fans turning on him. It's not shocking in the slightest that Ben Shapiro's and most of his audience are basically anti-Semitic.
yeah, isn't it interesting that when Ben Shapiro is saying that Palestinians live in open sewage, like they love them, but when he fights back, when he gives a very milquetoast fucking rebuttal to literal fucking Nazis, like outright fucking Hitlerite praise. They leave him. That's fucking wild.
Well, to be honest, Ben Shapiro himself has said some pretty anti-Semitic stuff.
Oh yeah, he said like I remember when he said
Ben Shapiro like makes the distinction like all the time as like, oh well, the where he like makes this the uses the distinction between ethnic and religious Jews to turn around and say like ethnic Jews are like they're not true supporters of Israel and all these other like crazy like shit like that, and it's like it's a Nazi like it's like an inverse of the Nazi conspiracy of like how the ethnic Jews are used to convert. It's like the opposite way around. It's like the ethnic Jews are the problem now, but to the converted Jews, in the sense of them not being able to. I don't know. It's complete hogwash, brain fart shit of preaching to Judeo Christianity. Judeo Christianity is Christianity dressed up with Jewish culture. It's fucking assimilation. It's genocide.
Well, another thing that Ben Shapiro said, he's basically called anyone that voted Democrat wasn't a real Jew,
Yeah, he's been doing
which is
that
also
for a while.
anti-Semitic.
If you're, I mean, like, what's it? Fucking Ben Shapiro is a good case of how Zionism is self-hating anti-Semitism.
He
It's
says
just-
Like
it's
they
just a-
want to be recognized. Like a lot of these like European Zionists want to be recognized for their Semitic heritage, but then they hate Semitic people. And it's like what? Like you know, you look at the fucking. Yeah, no, Raymond, he's a Jew himself. Like he himself is ethnically Jewish. Like, and he's just discriminating ethnic Jewish people. Ben Shapiro is one of the most disgraceful members of the community. Like,
I
mean,
haven't
yeah, as
met,
Logan said, he's an anti-Semite himself. Spot on, Logan.
I haven't
Yeah.
met a single Jew in real life that doesn't think Ben Shapiro is an anti-Semite.
What's it? There was a Holocaust survivor just up the road from where I grew up. Actually, the guy's still alive.
Ben Shapiro called Glenn Greenwald
Polish.
Blumenthal anti-Semite, so it shows he's there.
Well, Ben Shapiro is a supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu, who actually did Nazi apologetia.
Yeah. I mean, he also calls anybody who criticizes like the fascist fucking policies of Israel and their.
Also, with the person in the chat, we don't fucking support Biden. Like, Biden's not left wing. Biden's a fucking racist. Who the fuck thinks Biden's left wing? Like, what kind of fucking is this? Is this kindergarten politics? Like, Jesus Christ.
Sounds like a troll.
I was gonna say with the whole Ben Shapiro comment about like if you vote Democrat or whatever, it's like on what basis is he even saying that? Because both parties are pro-Zionist. It's like, oh man.
Not to mention, let's be honest, Ben Shapiro is also has employed anti-Semites himself. So, what the fuck did he expect would happen when you basically hire people that are anti-Semitic and you have an entire audience of people that are anti-Semitic?
For real.
I'm just going to say this. I don't think Ben Shapiro is really that smart if he doesn't even know his own audience.
I think he knows his own audience, but you know, he just with his whole like he has to take like what he calls like a principled stand against anti-Semitism, even though he is anti-Semitic himself. So, but for him, like the line is crossed when you talk about pro-Hitler shit. But keep in mind, if you criticize anything about the Zionists, he will still call you anti-Semitic.
The worst part is how the stupid ass liberals were praising Alex Jones when Alex Jones was like.
They give out praise for the dumbest fucking shit, man. Like, look at all the fucking horrible people that liberals have been fucking giving praise to over the dumbest little like shit that is nothing. Like, they're out here praising John McCain, like they're praising George W. Bush, they're praising Alex Jones now. It's like, what the?
It's like, didn't Alex Jones basically said they're basically reinforce what Kanye West said, but basically there is a Jewish mafia. It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, he still made Alex Jones have to double take. Like, Alex Jones was blown away by how fascist like Kanye was willing to be. He was like, "Whoa, wait, what? We're allowed to go hats off with this? I thought we were having to be coded with our language. Thanks, Kanye, for giving me the green light.
I don't know if Ben Shapiro even commented when on a couple years ago when Candace Owens came out and said that Hitler was actually good before until he started invading other countries. It's like he was doing a bunch of the anti-Semitic shit.
Then I
Well
was thinking
before that.
1934, the law that was put in place that was
Yeah.
fucking restricting Jewish, Roma, Polish, and other minority groups' abilities to exist in Germany without being persecuted
Yeah.
and stripped away all of their rights. So everyone goes on about 1938. It was 1934 they had their rights stripped. 1938 was when they got shipped into camps.
Romani people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Romani, Polski, fucking what's it? Germany started oppressing lower German speakers and aggressively enforcing Hochdeutsch.
Cutting Slovenian 3.
Which Hochdeutsch is just Prussian. Like, call it fucking High German. I'm just gonna fucking make everyone speak Prussian.
Yeah, see, so like to Candace Owens and shit, I mean, all that shit was perfectly fine. It was only when he started invading other countries and became a so-called globalist, that's when he turned bad.
Well, it goes to show that Ben Shapiro doesn't really care about anti-Semitism when he's literally employing people that literally have said obvious anti-Semitic dog whistles.
Yeah. Shit, that shit there is like so blatantly implied. I would hardly even call it a dog
Like,
whistle.
she was
at this
literally
point. It's
fucking
like,
getting pissed off. It's like basically, why can't we talk about the Jews? Like, she didn't say it, but she was implying it when this whole thing with Kanye West was blowing up, like at the very beginning.
yeah. Let's not forget the fucking comment she made about George Floyd either. I mean, that's still more like a self-racism.
Well, she's not just an anti-Semite. She's a white supremacist.
Yeah, she definitely is. I mean, she was wearing the like White Lives Matter shirts or whatever with Kanye too. Right? It's like, it's weird because like she's both like backing off but also embracing Kanye at the same time. Like she's pussyfooting around it.
I know the feeling, Rose. Sometimes you just can't avoid end up strolling yourself into criminality and end up in a backup situation. Sometimes the law is just getting in the way of the ability to have enough money to survive. Whether that be trapping about lumpen aristocrat style and going and doing fucking, business like that, or being one of them lumpen proletarians who got to go grow the shit that those people have to fucking trap and sell. Or you do the weird fucking like self-owned thing where people are growing their own grows to do small time fucking like sales. You could argue with how little profits they make. They're living more like a lumpen proletariat than they are like a lumpen aristocrat anyway. I know some people that have been doing shit like that, and they barely make a fucking they barely make a living wage on the fucking thing.
Well, Steven Crowder
don't sell for much. Marijuana's quite cheap.
Steven Crowder's reaction to Kanye West is like,
did he embrace that shit?
Like he actually agreed with him. He openly embraced the conspiracy of secular Jews in Hollywood.
Jesus.
It's like this stuff was inevitable. And I know I've said this already multiple times. I feel like I'm literally repeating myself when I say that this stuff was inevitable. Like when you don't challenge anti-Semitism, someone down the road is going to say the quiet part out loud. Now that Kanye West basically said the Jews did this, are in charge of this, the Jews are in charge of that, you're going to see it more in the mainstream. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if you hear Tucker Carlson talking about it openly. Like, give it enough time.
And what's it, Rose? There was actually a moment where the cardinal of the Church of England turned around and said, "Shoplifting from like corporations is not a breach of the seventh commandment. Thou shalt not steal." Turned around and was like, "Yeah, no, if you're stealing from a corporation, that's not breaking the seventh commandment. You're fine to do that."
Yeah.
and drugs and shoplifting based. Like what?
I remember, it's crazy how like racist shit even pops up like this too. I remember there was some dude. I was at Walmart one time, and there was this fucking dude that in front of me that bought a fucking can of spray paint, and he didn't have to get asked for like no ID or nothing like that. But I tried to buy a permanent marker, and they needed me to pull out some fucking ID for this shit. It's like, what the hell? Why didn't you ask this other dude there? It's weird how that shit just pops around.
What's it? They tolerate those like Shapiro because those like Shapiro commit to what is known as Judeo Christianity. It's Christianity dressed up with Jewish cultural aspects of Jewish culture. Sorry, but it's predominantly Christianized. That's why when you hear Ben Shapiro speak, you'll find he speaks with a lot more Christian terminology than he does Jewish. Like if you've ever heard a rabbi speak, you know what I'm referring to. But the what's it? Judeo Christianity has been a program that the Europeans in Europe and America have been trying to apply to try and eradicate Jewish the culture of the Jewish people and assimilate them into Christendom. Although the British were more inclined towards actually just shipping Jewish people to any other place but here. America tried to do that in a lot of cases as well. So it's not like it was just like they come up with this option straight away. No, murder, shipping away, and all sorts of things have not only been like a constant with it, but I mean, the Balfour Declaration in 1918 was a literal declaration signed by the British, conglomerated by Lord Balfour and Winston Churchill in the War Cabinet, for a colonial occupation of Palestine that at that time was under Ottoman hands, by basically putting support into the Zionist project of William Herschel. And William Herschel's Zionist project was full of Judeo-Christianity and atheism, and then claimed that God had given them land. Judeo-Christianity is the erasure of the Jews, forgetting the fact that Christianity is nothing without the Jews' law. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, I've tried to get people to actually realize that, and they're like, no, we have like gone a separate path. And it's like, if they've gone a separate path, they're not even applying to Christianity anymore. They've twisted Christianity to a point where it's just Romanism. Romanism is poison to Christianity as it's been seen. It destroys its Abrahamic cultural heritage and ties because they turn their backs on both the Jews and the Muslims. Their Abrahamic brothers and sisters, their forefathers and their granddaughters. And it's like, how could you? And it's the class system. It perverts, it destroys religion. I mean, you can see this in the Jewish history themselves and the contentions they had in the time of actual Israel, and the contentions they had with the people whom they've been invited to stay on the land of. You know, class has corrupted many of religion's existence and its relations with those in which it had close compadreship with. I mean, Jesus never rescinded being a Jew, at least even in the Christian texts. But like, I mean, if the man existed, which there is historical evidence of, there's like a Jewish scholar that had commented on his existence. I can't remember the scholar's name. But and I mean, like a scholar who lived at the same time commented on him being alive, commented on the geezer. Son of God, though, that's some Christian fucking shit they've added on. Like, if God exists, like, he's like just another prophet. Like, I believe in the way the Muslims would go about it if I was to believe in God.
Since we're on the subject of religion, I think we need to talk about the dangers of theocratic fascism, because that's a lot of these fascists are, like the people like Kanye.
I mean, what's it? If you really want to get down to like where theocratic fascism leads, I think this is where Ebola has to be mentioned.
Oh yeah,
Pagan imperium. Yeah.
I knew that would be your corner to fucking fire and all cylinders.
Oh man.
That's it. So Evola wants to go restore feudal caste. Uh, Marxists need to understand the difference of feudal castes that exist. But to keep it short, we should predominantly focus on the four caste system. But there is typically it's the three estates, which is in the French model. So in the three estates, you have the king, which is separate. You have the first estate, which is the clergy. Second estate, the warrior aristocracy. Knights, as people may have known them as back then, more often than not. The
To answer
warrior
your question,
aristocracy. And
Comrade,
then the third estate.
I banned the guy because the person was clearly here to cause trouble, and I wasn't going to allow them to disrupt the chat, so that's why they're gone.
Okay, no stress.
Sorry for
no,
interrupting.
it's all right.
Um,
I haven't lost myself, so it's all good.
So I'll be
And
quiet.
the third estate is the is the what's it the bourgeoisie and the proletariat all in one. Now in the four estate system, it's the same until the third estate is then the bourgeoisie alone, and then the fourth estate is the proletariat, peasantry, commoners. It depends on what era and what period as things change. Evola is obviously speaking in the modern period, so he's applying the proletariat there predominantly, but he does mention the peasantry and commoners. So that's a hint. He wants serfdom back, just in case people think that might just be an oversight of him randomly listing. No. Evola is a very specific man. He wants serfdom back. Don't fucking.
Yeah.
You gotta read deep with Evola. He's a very smart fucking writer, and so this return is something that fascists have criticized Evola for as being, quote, a return of the old aristocracy in contradiction to the modern world, end quote. Fucking Heinrich Himmler. This is
Roman
fascism is
reactionary.
already an aristocratic reaction. Oh my god, they called him a reactionary. The Nazis.
Roman reactionary.
And then Evola called them bourgeois.
Wait, the reactionaries called another reactionary a reactionary.
Evola after the war went on to turn around and say that Italian and German fascism was too bourgeois in its organization.
Yeah, and too humanistic from the Italian one.
I mean, Nazism was fucking loaded with Victorian humanism. I don't know why he fetishizes the Nazis so much. I guess it's the eugenics. He really likes the eugenics. He doesn't like the fact that they use eugenics, though. He wants them to go back to the old days where you just used fucking religion to justify eugenics. He can't be asked for all the science. It's
Yeah.
and it's bruh, you just want people to not fucking have as much actuation and accessibility to scientific study. He's not someone who fucking I really doubt he disagrees with a lot of the scientific advancements that exist, that they don't work and aren't useful.
I don't know. I mean, he sounds pretty serious about hating on science and
because he just seems like the type of person that wants to just completely neuter people's accessibility to knowledge.
It's also funny because it's a funny contrast between Evola and Spengler, because it's Spengler the opposite criticism of them. He said that the Nazis were too proletarian.
Yeah, well,
Evola's crusade on science is just so confusing though, because
honestly,
he himself contradicts all of his ideas, because he himself is an intellectual thinker, and he even acknowledges that. He contradicts himself. He tries to talk shit on the concept of intellectuality, and then says there should be a sign righteous. What was it? Is it righteous aristocrat or no? Enlightened aristocrats. That was it. There should be enlightened aristocrats that lead the knowledge of society. So that's what I'm trying to point at. I think there's at least an element of him that understands that. Whether he puts a religious candor to it or not, science is somewhat important, but he just wants the enlightened aristocracy to know the things of science, similar to how like empires from Rome to Egypt to Greece ran their fucking their cliques of power and accessibility to knowledge.
Well, in all honesty, I know how any person can say that Nazism is bourgeois when not bourgeois. I mean, sorry, bourgeois. I mean proletarian. When what I've studied from the Nazis, it's one of the most bourgeois ideologies out there. It didn't really have a proletarian character.
Like, if you listen to the revisionists, they'll try and tell you that it's the lumpen proles working with the petty bourgeois, like working with the petty bourgeoisie, like we're on even ground. Not that the petty bourgeoisie manipulate us in the same way they manipulate proletarians. Like, no. It's just totally different with the lumpen proles. We're totally just like on even ground and basis when we get manipulated. It's fucking double standard, fucking wankers.
Majority of the fucking top Nazis had petty bourgeois fucking backgrounds.
But like, what's it? Mussolini came from the proletariat. So if I was to do like an 18th Brumaire of Mussolini and turn around and tell you that the proletariat are all a bunch of ragged shitbags that will fucking parasitically fuck up the revolution because Napoleon was abused a position of well, he's abusing sort of high powered gangsters and fucking illegal tradesmen. You're talking pretty lumpen bourgeois shit here, Marx. Like, why are you using the word lumpen proletariat? So like, and even though Napoleon came from rags, he abused the fact that the underworld has its own fucking structure of capital empire for him to be able to gain power and get himself into power through those means. That is absolutely possible. But is that not the same thing for the manners of appealing to petty bourgeois agitation in a deteriorating society from a proletarian position? Because that's how Mussolini rose up. Mussolini was not a lumpen proletarian when he became a fascist. He was a proletarian, like outright worker.
Yeah.
Guy came from a very poor background. Like, he's not like some fucking posh boy, but if I turned around and told you that and the only picture of Mussolini you saw was him in power, you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't believe me.
Well,
because the guy looked aristocratic. He looked aristocratic as fuck. He looked like he was born to be an aristocrat. Like, and that's all about consciousness. Class consciousness is much easier to move up than it is to move down. Much easier.
Well, I'm not saying
that's something that, like, no, I'm just getting into a distinction problem because, like, they seem to make it like so. They seem to be able to understand that this can happen for the proletariat, but when it happens with the lumpen proletariat, they don't understand that class consciousness moves up. Instead, they just blame the lumpen proletariat and not the other classes that these people are moving up into. I don't blame the proletariat for the labor aristocracy. Like, I don't blame the proletariat for the bourgeoisie, really, in that matter, when we're really talking about it. Like, if we're really going to get into the distinctions of how people are misdiagnosing my own class and telling me how to fucking think about it, like, as if I don't fucking know.
The thing is, yeah, there are cases where fascists from working class backgrounds, become fascists. I understand that, but I'm saying overwhelmingly, they come from petty bourgeois backgrounds.
To be honest as well, though, Rose, I think it's the same with pros, though. Pros can also be weaponized by anyone. America is a great example of how white supremacy has weaponized pros in moments of struggle when, if they're united with the open struggles that were going on at the time, especially in the era of slave rebellions, the era of black rights struggle, the actuation of socialist movement in America, proletarian struggle, would have been at least twice, if not three times, more ferocious than it already was, more organized, stronger. But white supremacy has kicked socialist struggle in the throat so many times in America that it's still gasping for air as we speak.
White supremacy is like the biggest obstacle to building socialism on this continent. I mean, of course, I would consider white supremacy one of the biggest threats globally.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you have people that actually push white supremacy, like Kanye West, Ben Shapiro. I'm just see. I'm just. I don't. I can't name every fucking single person from every background. I'm just trying to think of people of multiple backgrounds.
Nick
I mean, even
Fuentes,
outside of this country, I mean, we can go look down in South America or whatever.
Bolsonaro.
Yeah, there's plenty of countries down there where the indigenous people of those regions are oppressed by fucking colonizers there. So
Yeah. The shit in Peru is pretty bad.
yeah, definitely
With
is.
What's
these,
it? No, but this is where you turn around, you take the £500 and you tell them, yeah, nah, about that like fascism thing you wanted to pay me to do. Well, I got £500 now. I don't need to do anything.
Some fascist sending some money in cash out. What the? That's funny.
Because what's it? I'm lump proletarian, and what's it? You couldn't buy me out.
See, the peace treaty thing that Fred did was fucking amazing. I've been having the same type of ideas. We need to start doing that shit again.
Also, you at least get them to double it to $1,000, like, and then you get the money, and then you run off,
But yeah, that is true that Fred Hampton did, like, for the short amount of time that he lived, he brought a lot of people together. It's why, the thing about struggle and revolution is the ones they eliminate first are those they know they can't be bought. And Fred Hampton was one of those people. That's why they killed him. Like, he died at the young age of 21. That's as hard to fathom. That someone that young died. He was barely out of his teens when he was shot and killed. But then again, that's isn't out of the. That's pretty much a common. That was a common occurrence. It still kind of is with people in the black community, or should I say, New African. I'm sorry, bad. It's bad habits die hard. That a lot of these people die young. That's what it's like. What is the average like life expectancy for New African people?
I don't know. I'm not very good with statistics.
Because a lot of them die young. They die in their like 20s or 30s, even early 40s, and I do consider 40 young, by the way. Like, a lot of them, these people die young, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, there's many reasons for that shit too. Then we get into like the fucking food. What was it? Food deserts as well. It's like fuck, man. Like it all like keeps on playing into the fucking system too. Because with the food desert shit, it's like it's hard to eat healthy, especially when
yeah.
shit goes bad really fucking fast. Like
I've
LBGQ
noticed.
goes bad
I've noticed
fast.
that. I've noticed that milk has like a 2 week expiration date now, or
Shit,
yeah,
I'd be
or
lucky if this shit
less.
lasts 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
two
even
weeks.
less.
2 weeks is a bit of a while with milk. Like so when you open a bottle of fresh milk, um, I mean the bottle will normally say about 3 days, but you can get about 6-7 days out of a bottle of fresh milk once it's opened if you keep it in a cold enough fridge.
Yeah.
Cartoned milk lasts a hell of a lot longer because carton milk is pasteurized in a way where it's fucking horrible, but it will last long.
It feels like any type of like fucking veggie or whatever. Like you gotta eat that shit fast because that shit is gonna go bad quick.
But what's it fucking one of the things I like going from Aldi is getting the Jersey milk, Scotch milk. Anyway, yeah, what's it? The yeah, that's the point I'm getting at. It's like many people could be tempted by fucking big dumps of money. That's a way of manipulating anyone. Heck, as well, preaching an ideology that would claim to help people out, like the Nazis fucking did, where they tried to con both workers and fucking disenfranchised people, homeless people, lumpen proletarians, that they were going to fix the problems in Germany and guarantee them all homes and jobs. That's going to catch people on. Like, if people ain't appealing to these people as well, and there's not a strong working class movement back in the fucking proletariat and the lumpen proletariat, individual lumpen proletarians and proletarians are going to be attracted by reactionary ideas. Lenin talks about the reactionary nature of the of the proletariat, the reactionary nature of the proletariat, and how they can be drifted onto very bad ideas, and that's why Taylorism is something you've got to avoid. But this also comes into the nature of fucking not abandoning sectors of the proletariat either, because they're of reactionary tendencies, as Lenin said. You can do more by do more by listening than shouting your what is it? I can't remember what it is. It's like it's something about basically rather than trying to fucking quote, I'll just say the gist of it. Basically, fucking listen to people when they're fucking they're coming from a position of like ignorance, because if you know that they couldn't know better, there's no point acting like they should. Like, when you're engaging with a Marxist, you should be a lot more fucking what's the word? What's it? I guess, for lack of a better word, brutal with your critique. Like, critique has to be very hard and very sort of poignant, and doesn't have to be around the bush. When you're dealing with people with a poignance of ignorance, like, and I mean ignorance that they've chosen, I mean ignorance of not knowing, you have to take a fucking several steps backwards and start from square -4 and fucking think about shit a little more from their perspective and work your way in. You're gonna do more listening and acting like that than you are just like coming in and like someone says something reactionary and you start screaming and shouting at them about how they're a horrible fucking piece of shit. It's like, okay, well, you just broken communications with someone willing to talk with you, and you could at least do something. There is a line. If they cross a line, obviously, yeah, and like, I ain't gonna fucking stop you from losing your shit, but like, draw your line fairly. Don't be so quick to just jump the fucking gun.
Well, I think not all. I think one thing we got to understand is not all reactionaries are reactionary in the same way.
Well, it's more so that like a lot of reactionary tendencies are commonplace in culture. So like it's more so having to come across a rhythm, a beat that happens a lot. So like, I mean, a lot of people that think like immigrants are taking their jobs aren't people who actually have like racist opinions about immigrant people. So like, if you just jumped to calling them that rather than actually challenge them on it, you actually miss opportunities of situations I've experienced where I've made people have to not only swallow their words but apologize to me for sounding bigoted. People older
Yeah,
than me,
it's
like
it,
people that
it's
you
a
would think would never change their opinion because they're fucking 80.
yeah, it's the same thing in my home city, where one of the biggest employers in my home city are the military and the border patrol. But other than that, it's seasonal fucking agriculture work out in the fields and shit. And sometimes every once in a while there'll be people that are like, oh, they're coming over here taking our jobs. Like, motherfucker, you can go work there right now. You don't want to though. It's hot as hell outside. You're not gonna fucking do it. Like,
They took our jobs.
Well,
The one thing I always point out to people, it's like, bro, like, the industry, it was fucking exported because they needed to make more profits. You know where it went, especially when I'm talking to people like the 8-year-old I'm talking about is an ex-miner, and fucking I'm like, bro, you were there, you cheeky fucker. You knew what happened. Like, I wasn't having any of it, and he turned around and he apologized to me and everything. He was like, like, you're absolutely correct.
yeah, and
Because
also
as soon as I put Maggie Thatcher on the table, it's not like he's going to come around and disagree with me. Like, fucking, what is he going to turn around and tell me Maggie Thatcher didn't export the mines?
and also it's not like these are even the types of jobs that these people would even want in the first place. Like, they have very little voice as workers in those types of jobs. It sucks to like just see that type of oppression
I
going
mean,
on.
the thing is, though, is that like with the mine workers, the way I'm able to appeal to them is they weren't turning around and saying close the mines. They're saying you'll give us safety equipment and better pay,
Yeah, better working conditions, better pay. Yeah,
and then they just closed them and kicked them out to dry. And a lot of miners went homeless.
yeah,
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm saying that I feel like we have to make a distinction between certain, but with people with reactionaries and
It's
people with
dealing with
reactionary
people
tendencies.
as you go about them. Well, yeah, well, yeah, and that's a good point. Distinctification between active reactionaries and people with reactionary tendencies. But it's about as well, like constantly going with, engaging with people as the on the basis of a person sorry, engaging with people on the basis of that person and how much they've had experiences that engage with their life and how that crosses within the common experience of the group they relate to, making a contrast, and then relate that to not only their own actuations but how much they perceive the actuations of their group's relationship with other groups, and then you build your blocks around that, but you start with the person and their experiences and how that ties into their group to then relate it to the others, and it allows you to build a web of understanding of where that person is thinking and feeling from the perspective within a contrast that allows you to apply not only a, a criticism on the contradictions and how much they perceive and engage with the relationships between their group and the minority groups. And I'm using minority not just in the term of not in the specific term of just population size. Minority is actually related to political power. You could be a minority group and actually be a majority in your country in population if you don't have majority political power. If you have minority power, because that's what the word actually originates from. It doesn't originate from the term minority in politics actually originates from political power, not from size. It's just in government.
Right.
Size of the government was tied to political power, so a political minority was centered around the minority of seats you had, and that's how the intrinsic tide occurred. And then it sort of carried over into explaining oppressions is complicated, but technically speaking, you could be in a majority and still be a minority.
Yeah.
The what's it? But the so like um their relationship with minorities, criticizing that and putting that the contradictions of that on the front, but then also allowing not only to criticize where they're committing to, let's say if you're dealing with a white person, to whiteness, because it's obvious I've modeled this around dealing with people who are of white colonial backgrounds, so I'm going to stick with that complete model. And it's not my place to really speak on how this goes and from the perspective of other groups, so I'm just going to stick to that. um so you're engaging with them on this. You also have, okay, how are they actively perceiving themselves in relation to it, and the operations of their group. So you're showing the worst of how in which whiteness actuates itself, and the fact that it needs not exist because its whole existence is based on the oppression of black people. So you're applying that level of contrast, but there's also a pointiation of contrast of showing them what the correct position is to apply and do and engage with, in regards to building towards the elimination of whiteness. And in the case of dealing with someone as European, for example, they're respecting themselves as not white people but European people, and trying to destroy the colonial culture of whiteness, which is not gonna be succeeded with until socialism is done with. But we shouldn't therefore just be on our asses and ignoring these things. We should be actively working to deal with them regardless on a community level. and the what's it? It's what's it? There's also something else I was gonna say, and I can't remember.
Yeah, like in terms of the lumping thing too, it's like we got these people, these so-called Marxists, that they like contradict themselves left and right. Where on the one hand they'll attack the lumpen, they'll like be very hostile towards the lumpen as like a reactionary segment, or it's like but then at the other hand they'll talk positively of like the Black Panthers. It's like, no, the Black Panthers would not be with you. Like they would be calling you like a fucking, the hell is that
Well,
noise?
okay, let's be honest. The reason
Having
they
a
talk
fucking
positively of the
toss
Black
one.
they talk about positively about the Black Panthers because the party was destroyed by the U.S. government. So of course, so it's
Well, I
easy.
mean, the Panthers were already destroying themselves anyway. Like, so there was a big petty bourgeois problem with the Panthers.
Yeah.
I will say that, yeah, I agree that until someone knows something, they're likely going to have a reactionary take on it, especially considering that the human mind operates in a way where it likes to try and make a speculation on things it's learning about. It likes to try and understand what the mechanisms are going on there. So we're very common to make quick reactionary judgments on new situations that are confrontational, just because of the way our brains work. Brains. But what's it? I will say that, like, with all the things I was getting at, because it was quite chunky. There's a point to how chunky it is. You cannot in any way do this in one conversation. Anyone who thinks you are going to like end a white supremacist in one conversation, please fuck off. Like,
That shouldn't be happening.
because I can't have someone like that making me wheeze so much. I struggle for breath when I laugh so hard. Like, it's like heroism on steroids. Like, that maybe it happens sometimes. I guarantee you. But you are not the first person who's like knocked them all down a peg for them to be going down that path. I've been into the right wing. I've been staggered down that path away from it. It's not something that changes in a night. It takes a while.
It could take years.
It does take years.
It's I mean
Which is
it's
why
struggled
it's always
with
kind of sus if you run into somebody claims to
it's
have been a Marxist for like years and years and years, and they still got some super fucking reactionary
well,
shit. It's
it's
like,
because sometimes because it's not linear when you like basically unlearn reactionary stuff. You could
oh yeah, I
basically
know.
unlearn certain aspects of like your
Not only that, but you know what's it with a lot of people, they've been like Marxists for years, and they may have started off like proletarian or labor aristocrat, but now they're like 50, 60 years old, and they're like petty bourgeois as fuck, and they're really comfortable. So they just decide fuck it, and start to regress back to old positions of theirs while still calling themselves Marxists and flaunting this fucking, they're flaunting themselves as these
Half like
as
it's like
fucking
half the
communists,
CPU to
and not only
say
just communists but like superior because I've been doing it for 30 years. When I started communism, you weren't even born.
my
And it's
grandfather
like,
met William C. Foster or something like that.
uh, and it's like, yeah, no,
Yeah, they're pushing up motherfuckers like Paul Cockshot and shit. It's like, who's calling for like a fucking alliance with fucking radical feminists who are
Yeah,
turfs. Basically, they're turfs. So,
Michael Hudson.
fucking Michael. Yeah, notice all these people have like roots with Trotskyism. Some wild shit. Oh, but yeah, like like they're holding on to this reactionary fucking bullshit, and then they got the anti-lumping stuff, anti-drug, all that shit. It comes out of like this weird sense of superiority over them. It's fucking weird too.
What's ironic is I hate to bring up Spanky, but he's exactly the kind of liberal that he fucking hates. The
Yeah,
the,
and
the,
like
So which cheek do you want first?
the smug, condescending, like liberal that talks down on like people everyone because they think they're stupid and the way
Think about it. Think about it. The guy's family lives on farmland in a small town in Ohio. That's Eastern America. That's early colonialism. The Midwest is like early shit. His family have likely had a plot for at least 200 years. His family are
No,
big benefactors off of colonialism.
now they got a bunker in Oregon or some shit.
Well, I'm on about his father. Like his father
Right.
still fucking owns that land in Ohio. I saw a picture of them on top of the balcony of their house, and it's like one of those like pieces of farmland where like to get to the house you have to drive between two rows of big ass fields, like for one of those fucking track roads.
Yeah.
well from my personal experience what got me out of reaction was I know this is a cliche thing to say but listening to black voices actually hearing the experience of African people, what they've experienced, learning what racism actually is and how it works, and learning that the views that I held or had were the stuff that I found abhorrent to me. But this reactionary stuff is so ingrained into our culture that it's very difficult to even recognize what is and what isn't reactionary. And I feel like one way, and I'm speaking from someone of European descent, to help deprogram these reactionary views is to actually listen to colonized people. I think that would be the best place to start, if anything else, is to simply listen. Because I've said this earlier in the stream, this is before you got it on Stone. They are the teachers, not us. We are the students. We should be listening to what they have to say and learn from their
Well,
experience.
yeah, it's all about the situations of actuation. Like, I mean, what group are you talking about at a certain time? Who's going to teach what? So if like you want to learn about like I was saying this to someone the other day, like well earlier today, sorry, they were turning around and they're like, I don't like when black people say, "Oh, you're white, so you can't talk," and it's like trying to say they say like you can't talk at all, and it's like no one's saying that. They're on about a specific issue, and you probably said something really white for them to say that. But let me get into why they tell you that and why it's about that. And it's like I got all this ignorance of people talking down on them all the time, and 90% of their life are getting looked down and all this shit like that. I know that from suffering with disability. You deal with people that hate you for your minority status. You don't just get like the direct shit at you where people are directly fucking horrific. You get the condescending and disgusted and dehumanizing stares at you like you're some sort of fucking museum piece to be fucking looked at and smirked at. Fucking uh, uh, what's it? Your lumpen proletarian experience. You catch some of the what it is as well. That you're seen as someone who's problematic, could be dangerous. Maybe he's gonna rob you. Maybe he's gonna stab you. Maybe he's gonna fucking go and do like needles in the fucking middle of your something like so fucking all that sort of fucking kooky fucking
Also,
classist shit. So like I was explaining to him, I was like, if you're gonna learn from about black ghettos, whom are you gonna learn from? The black person who lived in the fucking ghetto or some white person who's never fucking been in a ghetto?
Yeah.
Like, whom are you going to listen to when learning about lumpen proletarians? Some proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie. Whom you going to listen to when learning about fucking learning how to shepherd sheep?
But the 17th premiere of Napoleon Bonaparte or something.
Well,
something. The lumpen side of probably the lumpen proletariat are probably part of the dark side of the force
well,
trademark.
this also applies to to our LBGQ comrades. Like, if we're gonna
What's it?
like, we have to hear from their experience in order to overcome whatever homophobia, biphobia, transphobia we may have, in our ingrained into our minds. We have to listen to to those comrades from those communities. It's all connected. We can't just listen to someone that doesn't have that experience.
What's
Yeah.
it? Do they? So do the petty bourgeoisie think that they're the Jedi and the lumpen proles are the Sith because we actually fuck and they go around stealing children?
Let's see, and like,
That works both for criticizing social services and the fact that petty bourgeois people are the most likely to be fucking pedophiles.
for real.
Well, this is also
And
applied.
that really is true if you ever watch like those type of those catch videos and shit where they like go out and catch like people. It's always
I
fucking
mean,
like
even like shows like Steve Hansen that you would normally expect to be like designed to predominantly persecute poor people. No, it's always some middle class fucking old man.
yep, some old man with, like 401k and all this shit. It's like,
And
oh,
on a big laptop.
And 40-year-old Karens as well have been known for doing this shit too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was speaking of like
All
we have
Karens are
to
pedophiles? Question mark.
speaking of the having to listen or to the voices of the oppressed and the colonized. It's like going on with that Marx thing about Napoleon and the lumpen proletariat and all that shit. Like it's funny too because like if we look at again with Eldridge Cleaver, if we look at his work, on the ideology of the Black Panther Party, he goes into it here. He says, quote, some blind so-called Marxist-Leninists accuse the lumpen of being parasites upon the working class. This is a stupid charge derived from reading too many of Marx's footnotes and taking some of his offhand scurrious remarks for holy writ. In reality, it is accurate to say that the working class, particularly the American working class, is a parasite upon the heritage of mankind, upon which the lumpen have been totally robbed by the rigged system of capitalism, which in turn has thrown the majority of mankind upon the junk heap while it buys off a certain percentage with jobs and security. The working class we must deal with today shows little resemblance to the working class of Marx's day. Unquote. I think that's a very good passage there.
Oh, and
Despite Elvidge Cleaver basically becoming a reactionary, I feel like that is still a fucking bomb quote.
Oh yeah, no, the ideology of the Black Panthers should be essential reading. Like, oh my god, that fucking pamphlet is muchos gracias.
Yeah, it's a great pamphlet.
Oh, I should have said grazia. I think grazia is more towards like gracia or gracious. Grazia, grazioso. I don't know.
oh, and another quote that Flashy gave to me today was like, instead of continuing to be the agent of the central government, the police was at once stripped of all its political attributes and turned into the responsible and at all times revocable agent of the commune. So were the officials of the other branches of the administration, from the members of the commune downwards. The public service had to be done at workman's wage. Marx, Civil War in France.
Yeah, so like with that too, that gets into like the whole where I'm assuming these weird people, these weird dudes that are saying like, oh, we don't support the abolition of the police. It's like, that's
Bro, I think like we should completely abolish the police and do a local people's militia. I think elected people's militia.
yeah, and that's basically what Marx was getting into there. Like strip these dudes of their political attributes. Like they're the agent of the central government currently. Like they exist to defend capital, defend the existing fucking state.
Yeah, they're literally based off the colonial garrisons. Heck, Marx probably knew who Sir Robert Peel was. I wonder if he ever commented on him.
Yeah. It's in the Civil War in France too.
My town was one of the places Peel tested his fucking police force on.
Like in the Civil War in France is a great work too because it really gets into how the need to they abolish the bourgeois state in general, because like all the repressive state apparatus that they have here, like to maintain and perpetuate itself. Um, those are things that you have to get rid of at the start when you're trying to build a proletarian state. You can't just keep those things here.
You don't
Is this
believe
is this
in
is this comments on Marx's is this Marx after he realized the Paris Commune had fucked itself in the dick with a brick?
Yeah, this was after a couple years after.
Okay, so that sounds like an intriguing read. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Marx was sober
you
when he
don't
wrote this one.
you don't believe in communist cops or something.
It's like the
Bro, I
crazy
think one of the
shit.
biggest failures of the Soviet Union was going for a police system. They should have used a proletarian people's militia where you have to be proletarian and you have to be elected.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
See, if they had
I
that
mean,
shit, like
especially in
they could
America, don't let petty bourgeois people after the revolution have any fucking guns. School shootings are a show of anything. Don't let them anywhere near them. Petty
yeah,
bourgeois
see,
people are banned.
if they had a people's militia, like it would have been a lot fucking harder for the modern revisionists to just turn it into a fucking revisionist fascist.
Oh my god,
state.
they try and step in with their private army into fucking Moscow, and then the people's militia armed with AK-47s is just like, no, Khrushchev, you'll turn around now, back off.
And it's like, why are these people wanting to preserve something like the fucking police too? It's like,
Because of
The
class.
police, because they think that the police are there to protect them. It's a petty bourgeois fucking mythology of this fucking oppressive system.
yeah, like these are the type of people I imagine flying like the American flag with the blue stripes outside their
Oh
house.
my god, that's like just evidence that you like to lick dog shit off of people's
Hey,
boots.
hey, high
Yeah.
tech. High tech. Can you give me a link to that channel? Because I can't find it.
I remember I actually saw a fucking. It was when I used to work at a grocery store back home in Yuma, where it's like sometimes I would like if it was a hot day I would cut through some of the like more higher up houses, the more wealthier houses, the ones where they would always have fucking police patrol cars going around looking for people like me who they assume are trying to break in or something. No, I'm just trying to walk to work, but
Just they got like the color card on them, and it's like white,
yeah,
slightly tanned, red skinned, then
Yeah.
black.
Yeah. Stop them right now. Yeah, I remember one time I was walking through there and I saw one of the fucking houses and they had that 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 fucking flag, the American flag with the blue stripes, which is like, Blue Lives Matter thing or whatever thing, I guess.
Honestly, it's not that difficult to spot a fascist. Just look at their flags. If someone is like waving the American flag openly and proudly, and like they're likely a fascist.
Well, I mean, it's what's it? It's this blue stripe though. That's just proof that they can't read the Bible without masturbating. Like that's all that is. Like,
Yeah.
especially in the bits where God does genocide, they love that part.
All right. Thank you.
What's that a link to? Oh, African diaspora news. Cool.
African Diaspora News Channel. That's gonna be interesting. I will copy that link. Thank you, high tech.
That's going to be an essential resource in the future. Thank you.
Information is always handy. Dankeschön.
Considering the fact that we know nothing, we barely know anything about the African diaspora.
I mean, you get four white fuckers in two white fuckers and two half white fuckers in a room, and there's going to be enough whiteness here that the fact that these two have got a bit of red in them will just be mitigated with like a hogwash of like slightly tan. Like, I'm English as well, so like I'm just gonna make up for any of the missing gaps by like being a pompous tea drinking piece of shit. Like what's it? Oh, and how much fucking Irie or Scots I got on me?
Wait, noob, you're half?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Fucking what's it? Did you not see like when he had showed the picture of his fucking bong? Like half is an understatement. Man's like quarter white.
Yeah. skin, yeah, and skin like color and all that. It's not static
Yeah.
in my family.
Oh
So
yeah, no, a
yeah,
lot of people with like fucking what's it? A lot of people who are like got fucking native heritage. It's like the summer hits summer and they go really fucking red, and then in the summer they'll pale up a bit.
Yeah. That's how it looks like in some of like my family photos and shit.
It's funny how we barely talked about Kanye in this stream, despite having a fucking thumbnail.
It's what's it?
Shit, I feel like I've talked about him a
It's
bit.
basically just fucking because of how like so redness in skin is comes from like blood, so it's all about like a sense of fucking how in which your skin and the melanin in it is designed to handle different types of sunlight, and it's a sort of different adaptations to it. That's already skin color is like skin color is quite adaptive to the point where if you had someone live in an area for long enough, they'd eventually develop different skin color.
Hey guys, I got a question. It's more,
Mhm.
how long do you think it's going to be before Kanye names one of his albums based off a Nazi like name?
Probably his next one. However long that's gonna take.
I'm not, because I don't see like that out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, probably his next one. I mean, in my opinion, he hasn't made. I mean, people. I don't know. I honestly don't see it, to be honest. I mean, I'm a pretty big hip hop fan. But I mean, graduation is like whatever. But everyone always like. I think it's overplayed. Like people overhype it.
I'm just, Kanye. There's better people. There's better rappers than Kanye West. I mean, Immortal Technique is where it's at, and Low Key.
Yeah, Moral Technique is pretty fucking good.
Low Key's music is fucking amazing. I mean, it was actually Low Key is how I discovered Immortal Technique in the first place. By the way,
Oh damn.
and I'm ashamed to say this. It's because of Chris Hedges' interview with Low Key is how I
Oh
discovered his
man.
music.
Shit,
And I'm
I'm surprised
ashamed
you
to
even
say it
watch Chris
without.
Hedges content. Fuck that. That dude's boring to me.
Well, it's Chris Hedges. Like I don't like honestly. When I look back, I think his views have always been sus as fuck. Yeah, he wrote some good books that is good for a good source of information. Like American Fascists, I think is a good resource to understand the rise of the Christian fascist movement. I think it's a useful source of information.
hmm
But other than that, and I've been exposed to enough of his work to say his work is very nihilistic and it's very just and
yeah,
it's like when you read his book, it just feels like he's trying to make you, the reader, basically give up on fighting the system.
cultural pessimism.
It's like,
Yeah,
in all honesty, it's just this is the reason why I just cannot. I associate liberalism with freaking nihilism these days because that's exactly what it is.
yeah,
Like, yeah, things suck, but if you try to change it, it'll be even worse. Remember the Soviet Union? Like with that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, that ass.
Oh yeah, Tupac is great.
Yeah, I like Nas. Twista is underrated. I don't know. Like I said, Twista's been around
Hedges
for the fattest minute, and he's always
Hedges
fun.
Hedges denies historical progress.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Sus.
I wonder how long it's going to be before we find out that Chris Hedges has read Alexander Dugin,
Probably not long.
or he quotes him in one of his books.
Yeah, definitely not long. I mean, he's going down that fucking populist route. So
It's like it's interesting how I'm not saying he suddenly has gone fascist. He's always been fascist. It's just RT, like the year leading up to it being deleted from social media. Well, you could still find it, but you know what I mean from YouTube.
mhm.
I've noticed majority of the content was reactionary as fuck. You saw them go more of the cultural war and focus and not talk about any fucking issues that were actually relevant. It was always stupid shit that RT talked about. That losing
Yeah.
RT wasn't much of a loss. It wasn't a loss in whatsoever. It was just I can't even believe I'm saying this. More fascist than Fox News. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, when you make Fox News look leftist by comparison, you know that it's a fascist news station. It's like every single person that worked for RT is not all of them, but most of them are ideologically fascist.
Didn't Samir Khan used to work for RT, or is it someone else?
Yeah.
I know Jesse Ventura worked for RT, but I'm just saying, with
The
some exceptions,
the
majority
C-
of the people that worked for RT
Ventura
were
Ventura's
ideologically
been doing
fascist.
Ventura's been doing populist crap, but the CEO of RT and you know over there called for like drafting homeless people and other types of people to the war.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow, another channel. Give us that link, high tech. This is definitely going to be God. But this is going to take us a long time to get through all this. But then again, I hate to say this. Being a communist is a full time job, actually, because you have no choice but to research like as much stuff as you can. If you don't, you're not a communist. And that's not being a gatekeeper. I'm just being real.
Sorry, me ma was coming and scrounging the what's it the fucking scrounging a bit of tobacco off me.
It's fun.
Um,
It's okay.
but the I fucking spent £60 on tobacco this month, and I've smoked like not even half of it, not even a quarter of it. Feel like a bit of a mug. But the what's it? Uh, I don't normally need to spend £60 on tobacco to have a smoke. Like that's the point I'm making. But the what's it? No, yeah, fucking what's But yeah, no, you gotta go to oppressed groups to get an understanding of things. Like, I mean, if you were gonna try and get an understanding of native people's struggles, you wouldn't come to me. Like, you go to someone who's got native heritage. You're gonna try and get understanding of Irish struggles. Well, I could maybe help you out a bit there, but someone living in Ireland is gonna do a hell of a lot better than I can.
Yeah.
So you go over there. You want English? I can help you out with the English and serve you a good fucking fish and chips with the English. But and you know, you go for the French for the French. You know, for the fucking. But we got to make our own opinions and understandings. But the only way we're going to even get anywhere to even say we've started such opinions and understandings is by first using our fucking ears to hear out from the people of the oppressed groups we need to consider and understand their struggles, and then try and actuate on those positions that we come to learn and understand and build our own perspective. Because a lot of people think that when people are saying like, you know, you gotta that everyone understands their own thing well, and that you know you don't understand what it like they say you don't understand what it's like to be black skinned or fucking or any ethnic skin color that is discriminated upon, and someone will get all fucking like you know antsy about that, or they'll try and push this position of like they don't need to understand because they don't understand, like Caleb Maupin did. He's a good example in that, and it's the it's like, bruh, I say stupid shit all the time about like history and geography and stuff like that. I've gotten like locations of like Arab tribes in the wrong place when talking about history with a Lebanese brother. I've gotten fucking like years, centuries apart regarding events in Native American history when talking with people who have that fucking heritage themselves. Like, I make myself a dick in front of the people that you probably should just be asking the questions for. But because I'm reciprocal of the situation and I know I'm going to at some point make myself look like a fucking gimp, I can allow myself to be corrected on the matter and be pushed back and, be told otherwise, whether that's being sternly told, because sometimes you do have to be, or whether it's in a situation where I amicably listen and I don't act like a fucking stiff stick in the mud and act like a complete twat.
Well, I like to thank you, High Tech, for giving us those names of those channels because there's a gap in knowledge that we do not know, and that's going to help us like bridge that gap because there's still a lot we need to learn and a lot we have to learn. And hearing it from actual new African people it is definitely something that is helpful because I can never learn too much about
Yeah,
the African struggle.
and it's intriguing as well because that's actually the part that I'm getting into as well with my thing I'm saying as well. So what I'm getting at as well is that like so it's not this like either using it as an excuse to dissociate or using it to try and state as if like people are excluding you from understanding. People are excluding you from dictating. We have to understand, we have to learn, we have to fucking open their ear up to the struggles of peoples. Otherwise, we're just gonna fucking can ourselves into a corner and turn people away from actuating in struggle because the latent whiteness of that struggle makes them feel unnervingly uncomfortable in the presence of European and in general Northern hemispherical ethnic groups of revolutionaries. That was a mouthful. Fuck.
Because most revolutionaries in the world are not white. I'm just going to be real. I know
Plot
most
twist.
people are not going to like to hear that, but well,
I can
those who are
taste the
watching me,
blood of my gums. Nice.
those who think I'm preaching to the choir, but those who don't like what I'm saying, it's an absolute objective fact. Majority of the revolutionaries in the world are not white. They're not.
White.
So if you don't like me saying that, or you think I'm anti-white for saying that, well, too bad. I'm sorry that Marxists, you know, or Marxism,
Maybe I am anti-white. Come at me.
not to mention, yeah. Actually, what I find interesting is I do find the things of this interesting, and I will say this: I think to be anti-Maoist is to be anti-black, and I've said this multiple times. Oh, or anti-marginalized people because majority of the people that are Maoists are part of these marginalized groups. Why? What is about Maoism that speaks to them so much?
What's it? As a cripple, it's just my intuitive eugenic character of wanting to set pins on fire.
Sorry, I don't know. I thought I'd just role play as how like all the fascists see like disabled like lumpen proletarians, and given that like what is like 3/4 of people on the streets are fucking disabled, like
That is true. Also, another thing I find interesting: a lot of communists that are disabled are also overwhelmingly Maoists. Interesting. Interesting. It's almost as if Marxism, Leninism doesn't speak to our experience like Maoism does.
Well, at least the modern revisionist aspect of it, I would say.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm actually referring to like the. Let's be honest. Most MLs are basically the equivalent of classical Marxists, which we all
well,
I
the words Marxism, Leninism are doing some fucking legwork there. Ooh. We might
no,
need
I'm
some
not saying
scare
all
quotes
MLs
around that
are like
motherfucker.
this. By the way, I'm not saying all MLs are like this, so I'm just letting those who are MLs who watch me know
Well,
I
no,
don't
it is
talk
a
about
majority of them because the majority of them aren't like anti-revisionist MLs. Like that has become a new official distinction that people look for.
Yeah.
And as a Maoist, I look for. I don't engage with someone who is not an anti-revisionist ML. I
Yeah,
don't
look,
like gateherd it to just Hoja though. Like I look at like Hoja, Guevara, and some of the other anti-revisionist MLs of different camps. I mean, there's
yeah.
also the anti-revisionist MLs in Ireland that weren't of the Hoja camp.
Yeah, what was it? The fucking ELN. I
Hmm.
believe they're Guevarists over there too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they're Colombia, right? Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah,
like
I
the way
believe they were.
Colombia sounds in Spanish. Colombia.
Yeah.
They put a little more, there's a little more phlegm on the C, and it's so subtle. It's hard to notice when you're just hearing it plain like. But you really think about it, I must keep clarifying. I am not a linguist. It may sound like I have very
Colombia.
great interests in linguistics, but not a linguist. I promise.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
And
Colombia. I
that's
fucked
what
it up then.
I thought it was interesting, but also annoying. That Socialism for All did a. I remember it's probably like almost a year ago now. At this point, he did like a video going over like polls that he did for his community and shit. And this was before he really like started to bash
Oh, is this when
dingism and
like all
shit.
his community were like dengists?
Yeah, yeah. When he was like, "What is your?" There was like the first question. It was like, "What is your like? What would you call yourself?" And people was like, "Oh, Marxist Leninist." And then it's like one of the other questions was like, "Do you think China is socialist currently?" And it was like 70% of the or 70+% of the ones who called themselves ML said yes. It was like, oh my god.
Jeez. Fuck.
I was like, this is sad.
Wasn't there like a Prussian socialist in the
Oh
ball?
yeah, there was like one Prussian socialist. That
Bro,
was
I had the
funny.
Prussian socialist phase. Cringe.
I,
Prussian
one,
socialists are either like Nazis on their way out, like trying to move a little bit away from being a fucking Nazi, or they're like people on their way into being a Nazi. It's like this. It sounds like
one,
semi-colonialism.
else it's cringe that I was for a time a communist weeb.
Yeah, I don't really mind that shit really. Oh,
It's
and
alright.
What Rose said, it's like there's sects of Hasbulls that claim Maoism. Yeah, but they don't actually know what Maoism is. Like they just think Maoism means like pro-peasant, and that's not what it is. So
Well, a lot of people who like there's some anti-Russian MLs that like try and criticize like Maoism, and people's always been like it's just a peasant thing, and it's like no, you're looking at countries that have peasantries.
yeah,
Of course, it's going to have a peasant character to its struggle. So did the Bolsheviks.
yeah.
Like,
It's like
yeah,
they're
yeah,
almost, they
the battle
almost
would be led by peasants because there was the same in the Bolshevik Revolution because there wasn't enough proletarians to lead the Red Army like that. Like the Red Army was made up massively of peasants.
they're almost taking like in order to like grasp at straws for this shit, they almost take like a Trotskyist approach to it, where it's like, and Trotsky was like rejecting the idea or Lenin's idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry.
I like to. Speaking of Twitter, I like to say something about Twitter. Thank you, J.K. Rowling, for getting me banned. It was the best thing that could have ever happened.
Hmm.
Yeah, no idea how much better I felt since getting kicked off Twitter. It's actually been great for my mental health.
I've still not seen the Hunter Biden schlong. I will not see the Hunter Biden schlong. You will not force me to see the Hunter Biden schlong.
The only thing I do know about Twitter is it's becoming more and more fucking fascist.
Well, what's the amazing thing is I've at least been on it like 2 or 3 times Twitter in the last like week, and I haven't seen it. So everyone's going on about it's getting posted around. Then again, like what's it? I don't follow fucking the Muffin Man on on Facebook, on Twitter like most people, and I think he blocked me when he saw me commenting on I can't remember if it was Jack Off Tinkle or Dustbin Man, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I remember mopping or operate Caleb mop up because he likes LaRouche.
He does like Operation Mop Up.
Yeah, yeah.
He literally threatened with an Operation Mop Up. Like it's like, bro, like
Yeah, he did.
are you having one of those Freudian slip moments where you're just threatening people with your FBI
Yeah.
magic
Yeah,
demon
that shit,
powers?
that shit was so bizarre.
Well,
And
fucking-
Neoplatonism.
You know what's
He
actually
probably does believe he has some fucking like Ebola like connection to the Ebola goes on about like the Great Spirit and shit like that.
you know
So you think he
Yeah.
has like some like esoteric connection to the White Spirit of America?
Caleb Maupin would be so much better off if he learned to shut the fuck up once in a while. The more he speaks, the worse he makes it for himself. And I'm saying this as someone that fucking hates Caleb Maupin. I think he'd have far better like rep if he just learned to shut up.
Wait, Rose, did they actually ban the Turf Queen? I didn't know that.
Guys, I'm a social centrist.
What the fuck is a socialist centrist?
A socialist centrist is when you claim to be a socialist and then you go and start persecuting blacks, mestizos, and fucking reservations and shit like that. We're gonna do American socialism. I'm a centrist socialist. Now, where are those goddamn N words at? Yeah.
B-Liberal is such a fucking idiot. My God, it's like he's hated by fucking communists and fascists. It's like, B-Level, I know you're watching this. Shut the fuck up for once in your goddamn life.
No, he doesn't touch grass enough to the point that he needs to go and like eat an entire field of grass to actually get a feeling of touching grass. He needs it to pass through his entire fucking bowel system.
Seriously, get the fuck off the internet. I mean, seriously, it's not funny anymore. I mean, it kind of is actually. I mean, you come off as more cringe as time goes on. Nobody likes you. The left hates you. The right hates you. The only people that like you are some weirdos.
Social centrism.
In other words, too pussy to take an actual principled stance on a question.
Okay. Someone wants to know what got me banned from Twitter. I basically called Joanne, which, by the way, that's her real name. I called Joanne Relling.
Oh, I see. I read that wrong, Rose. I apologize.
I basically
Dyslexia moment.
I basically said that Joanne was a sociopathic bitch, because and a narcissist because she basically was gloating as her and her followers were celebrating the shutting down of a charity that helped trans kids.
Well, I mean, you were only being truthful. Like, I thought Elon Musk respected the truth.
Well, this is before it became a thing about Twitter.
Or
It's
was
like,
it?
I said that and I got
Oh,
banned.
I was trying to make an Elon is not actually that fucking respectful of people's liberties kind of joke, because there have been people who've posted left wing shit that have been banned. So lol.
Well, it is. In all honesty, I'm glad I got banned from Twitter. I mean, Twitter is such a cesspool.
Facebook's no fucking better either. Like social media is terrible. I just go on Twitter every now and then to maybe like comment on a few people that I like, respect for on there every now and then, just see what they're saying, see what they're doing, pop up a bit. I haven't done that so much these times because I've been pretty deflated.
I think
just as a point of communication for some people, but I rarely ever go on there because I just find going on there, it's just like arguments.
Honestly, Facebook and Twitter
And I could just like all the energy I'm spending arguing with any of these people. It's like I could make a video on this topic that would be more educational than this argument is ever going to be.
Honestly, Twitter and Facebook are both bad, but they're not bad in the same way.
But yeah, no, fucking J.K. Rowling, because she's a fucking rolling joke.
No, let's just call her
a witch. She's a rolling joke of a witch, or bitch. The words are interchangeable here. Is a sociopathic little rat.
Well, I do consider. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the very fact that you could basically, on one hand, claim you're trying to protect children, yet you make the lives of those children like
you literally cause children tragedy. The whole point that charity exists is because society isn't helping these people.
Okay. I know since we're on the topic of fascism, I think we should bring this up. like I am dreading the release of Hogwarts Legacy.
I mean, I am not in any way, shape, or form even slightly a fan of anything to do with Harry Potter. So
It has nothing to do with being a
Yeah,
fan.
but like say misogynistic crap, that doesn't like help trans people and offending turfs. That just makes it harder for both the like cis women and trans women. Like misogyny just affects them both. Like,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
I
not.
know how that is. That's fucking. Vosh deserves to be fucking punched in the throat. The pig eating cunt.
Whatever you guys think about Harry
Absolutely.
Potter, I think it's important to bring this up about Hogwarts Legacy. It's fucking. The entire game, the entire premise is an anti-Semitic fucking like story regarding putting down a fucking rebellion of a actual underclass. And what do goblins in the Harry Potter universe do? They handle the finances. What is an old anti-Semitic trope? I'll let the audience answer that question, or one of you guys. But what is the one oldest anti-Semitic tropes? A goblin is a banker, and they look like Nazi propaganda.
they're gonna make them rub their hands together and shit. It's like,
No, oh God,
Oh yeah, what's it?
Yeah.
what is a stereotype for a Jew
Yeah,
besides
no, the
the look?
bankers with the big noses and the ears that are
Yeah,
completely conjoined. It's
it's
like, yeah, no, it's absolutely a complete anti-Semitic stereotype.
it is, and the game
Yeah,
itself is
yeah,
playing
the goblin, that's the trope. Absolutely right, Rolls. And also, Rolls, I wasn't like commenting you were saying you were like saying anything. I was just sort of like flowing off of what you said with how that is, because I think that well, as you said, you're referring to the fact they didn't get banned, but it also comes into the fact that like they're doing a reverse situation by like misogyny doesn't help the trans people that are affected by TERFs. It actually just makes their life worse, especially considering that TERFs predominantly target trans women.
Yeah, but turfs a majority of when you challenge a turf, like you when you basic I got one time I argue with a turf on Twitter. It's like you wouldn't even know what a cis or a trans the difference between a cis and a trans woman. You how would you know? Because
Well,
there's
I'm preaching to the choir anyway when I'm saying this to Rose, but like it's just something that I really hate the way that Marxism has been more common than not transphobic and ignorantly medicalistic about biology rather than actually looking at the nature of societal structures, and also the fact that we have sort of cracked the code on messing around with these biological sciences and are learning new ways for transition to be more accessible and more functional for people to engage with and operate within. Um, but then you also got like the trans medicalists, where you have the petty bourgeois women that fucking try and control the trans movement through misogyny.
oh,
Yeah, you already fucking pages ahead of me saying it. Yeah, yeah, we get garden variety misogyny by quote trans allies end quote all the time in leftist spaces. See, you fucking steps ahead of me, Rolls. You're spot on.
well, what's interesting about these turfs? What are their class usually?
They're usually petty bourgeois. There's a big thing about petty bourgeois white women being like both making up the most common basis of TERFs and of the trans allies that basically do the white woman equivalent of the nice guy act to try and mitigate and control and be domineering over what it means to be trans. Trans medicalism is not something that actually comes from like trans people putting that on other trans people, although that happens. It actually comes from cis women dictating what it means to transition rather than trans people dictating what it means to transition. So like that's some of the nasty shit. And black white stuff, yeah, yeah.
Well, the thing is, okay,
This Blair White comes into the trans people that put it on people, yeah, absolutely. But you also got the cis women where it originates from.
What's actually interesting about transphobia when you investigate it, it's recycling tropes that were used against, you know, African athletes and women athletes. So it's not. It's basically recycling forms of bigotry and sexism that has already been like done a century ago. Women, when a woman was like winning in a sport, in one instance, they banned women from playing in sports and segregated them. When you have an instance of a trans person winning sports, the fucking people who don't care about sports make it seem like, oh, they're constantly winning. These people don't care if they win. Sorry, if they play in sports until they start winning. That's what this whole thing is about. It's about looking down on a class of people that make them look bad. They don't like the people they look down on actually being in the same space as them. That's what this whole thing is about.
Well, because of that toxic masculinity and discrimination and misogyny, it makes many people who wish to transition basically get stuck in a purgatory and bake
Yeah.
themselves into a toxic masculine mask to
Well,
extenuate themselves and keep themselves within the common norms and functionalities that are expected of their birth given gender, not their
let's not
actual
get
gender.
started on how transphobia plays into racism as well, because the most famous turf, like she got fucking, she basically was making a big deal of her a losing a, like, I forgot what sport it was, and it was against, you guessed it, black two black trans girls.
Oh
So
no, the be all end all of the world.
not only
Someone who is both black, a woman, and LGBT. Quick, sound the fucking alarm. We need to get the purity police. Genuinely, I'm surprised the US didn't take that from a random and like, yeah, fucking purity police. Great idea. Let's fucking get that going.
and that's the thing about when it comes to racism and black women. Not only do black women suffer misogyny, they suffer racism too. And if they're part of the LBGQ community, they suffer homophobia as well. So
Yeah, what's it? Rose. That's why a lot of native people get really turned off by feminism because they're like, before you guys come and dominated us, women had a lot of rights in society already and were of equal ground to be warriors and leaders. And then but that's not in all tribes. Some tribes have some really sexist fucking culture. Like, I'm not doing a be all end all here, but a lot of tribes are like, yo, we had something going on here. You come in, brought your fucking oppressive sexual stuff, and then the feminists went and then excluded them. So it's like quite hard to convince a lot of on-res natives about feminism because, as far as they're concerned, feminism has been colonial and tried to destroy their livelihood, steal kids from their families. And I say try, I mean succeeded in and committed genocide against these people. And what mincing down the actual nature of this situation, I do apologize. Abandon my words, but what I mean is they committed genocide against the natives. And so trying to convince them about how proletarian feminism is not
well,
this is an aristocratic perversion which comes from this white settler relationship that pervades a sense of aristocratic nature. I mean, it's quite similar to how the fact that all of us live in an empire, even the fact that I'm lumpen proletarian, means that we all have petty bourgeois mindsets to some degree, even though my consciousness is proletarian, lumpen proletarian at that. I still
well,
have petty bourgeois tendencies that occur because I am fucking 20 something percent in the I'm in the top 20% of fucking 20 something percent of wage earners in the world, so 24%, something like that. That's like, the comparing that to the rest of the world, there's something that's going to create some form of aristocratic chauvinism of some sorts that I'm going to have to be careful of, even though I'm impoverished. So like, if you're not impoverished, you've got a lot to be careful of. That's why I like trying to throw respect to principled anti-revisionists that come from privileged backgrounds, because like you're going against your world. Or if like your background's become privileged, your life's become privileged, but your background was not, because then that's even more difficult to a certain degree, because you've got like your background you're holding on to and trying to stick to, or it's trying to be eroded away by this petty bourgeois ideology that's quite thick and quite aggressive. especially for the education system and for the manner of how much petty bourgeois jobs operate and the very sort of like stoicistic sort of corporate nature of these sort of jobs and the plastic niceties you're supposed to operate within with the petty bourgeois co-workers that creates this fucking I can't remember what the word. It's like, but this it's like this sanitized environment of work engagement that sort of completely takes away the proletarian nature of the environment. I can't remember the terminalization for it, but nonetheless aside, I have a lot of respect for people having to deal with both of those situations, whether from a complete privileged background or moved into privileged position, because trying to actuate towards proletarian class consciousness comes at a certain point of contradiction. Now, it's a bit easier for people to engage with it if they've got the background because they've got something to at least reach back to and handle on, and at least know what to do and where to go when trying to reach back to engaging with the lower class livelihood and trying to have some sense of connection with their own past and their own people and their own class background. Petty bourgeois people entirely, it's really fucking difficult. Your whole life you've been trained to fucking think like a capitalist.
Yeah.
And now you're having to think like a proletarian and also like but not only like think like a proletarian, but have to shut the fuck up and listen and be told by the proletarians how to fucking operate and engage. Like, use your intellectual capacity to think from what we're telling you from our experiences to gather something together. I mean, there's a good reason why. I mean, every time Engels fucking writes a book about the fucking English proletariat, he fucking quotes things they say. I wonder what he had to do to be able to know what English workers are saying in his area.
Yeah, he actually talked to fucking English workers.
And he's a literal capitalist. So there is a ways around things. There is a way of understanding your position in the revolution, taking a more librarian, representative, and advisory role in revolutionary struggles. A petty bourgeois person shouldn't be taken as like an attack on you or like a hit back. It should be taken with pride. Your intelligence as an intellectual is being respected as someone with accessibility to petty bourgeois intellectual literature, which is incredibly important. You know, and also as advisors and engagers, you got a lot of work to do helping like actuate propaganda, convincing people to join the party, working with the proletarians to help with the consummation and consolidation of theory and engagement. Like their intellectuality and their voices must always be at least fucking heard and spoken to and engaged with, because nonetheless that they're petty bourgeois, they are still going to have great ideas towards revolution, as people like Lenin very much did, and that shouldn't be discerned. But that doesn't mean that they should have a power basis in the Revolutionary Party. If their intellectuality can be important to revolution, that does not change if they have a power basis or not. Them not having a power basis makes them less of a danger, and they should respect that class danger that they present as something that is just a problem of the consciousness that's developed through that for that class experience, or one that you're not just going to shake off the incidents you start committing to the proletarian class consciousness, because it's not, I hate to put it this way, but it's not your consciousness, it's ours, cheeky fuckers. And if you're not a proletarian, you're a fellow traveler of the proletariat, and so you've got a lot of commitment to make to be sticking with our struggle and proletarianizing yourself in the situation, which is going to take years and years, and you might not succeed it until years into the revolution as reach the phase of socialism, the era of permanent revolution, and not in the way of Trotsky. I really think we should reclaim that term and not let fucking Trotskyists take a really nice term for what describes socialism. Maybe call it continuous revolution if you want to spin it up. But
Yeah, at times Lenin and Stalin would replace it with what they called uninterrupted revolution.
Well,
I like
it's
that. Cultural revolution really entwines with that quite well, because I think cultural revolution is it should be uninterrupted as well. It should be something that goes in tandem. I think the biggest mistake of China was the cultural revolution started in 66, not 49.
Yeah, definitely.
these are good topics, but I feel like this stream's been it's getting late where I'm at, so I feel like I like to go back to the topic of the stream fascism and the rise
Yeah.
and the dangers of it because
Should we at least spend a little bit of time on Kanye? Because I think we skipped over Kanye.
well, we could we'll revisit Kanye again because I think the reason why I did this stream in the first place and why I did it is because how dangerous things are becoming
I mean,
for
Canadians should be careful and not underestimate Jordan Peterson. I think that's something that's been amiss.
well
Jordan Peterson.
with the dangers that how dangerous it is to be part of the LBGQ community and I worldwide, not just America, because I'm not going to we're not going to be I'm not American centric here when I say this. It is becoming dangerous everywhere. Like you have
American centrism.
you have countries. I forgot which country. I think it's in which country passed a law against
Indonesia.
premarital sex. It's like what the fuck?
I bet Caleb Moppet is fucking spanking himself in joy.
They
It's
also, on top of the premarital sex thing, they also directly are going after anyone who is like pushing any type of communist activity and anyone involved in Marxist-Leninist organizations.
Yeah, so like it's gonna become a crime to even consider communism soon, and I would argue even America it will be, depending on the state things are going.
Yeah, it's the what's it? It's the fucking So like fascism constantly relies on crisis to take power. The what's it the Oswald Mosley always talked about him being like, I'm a man for a time of crisis is going to come soon. Fucking posh bastard. But the fucking what's it the fucking what's it the I can do it. The fucking sound like I'm like about to do a worship thing. Fucking did I just say like some fucking like um it sounds like a fucking really bad Churchill impression, really.
It sounded like you were singing "Old Dirty Bastard."
The old dirty bastard.
Yeah, I agree. Fascist channels are definitely the channels that get a lot of support from YouTube. It's like
Oh yeah, no, what's it? They get a lot on the suggestions of people and all the time, and
Ben
like,
Shapiro, Matt
they
Watt,
infect a lot of
Stephen Crowder,
different.
Jordan Peterson.
They are eventually they infect a lot of different, what's it? Cultural based communities. You know, like your subgenres and your genres and shit like that. Your
And even
music, your
like
TV, your video games.
you,
And
you,
they
you
use
have
that
like
to try and manipulate people too. Like, there's always been the big thing about like since the late '90s, which is literally when video game forums basically fucking started. Might I add? They've been filled with fascists. Like, there's been communists there for a long time too, but like they've been full of fascists, non-political people. There's like maybe like two liberals, and then like I don't know how many communists, like a dozen. Who knows?
well, I'm
A
just
lot
gonna
of
speak
fascists.
from experience in the Star Wars fandom. If you're in majority of Star Wars groups, um, I'll just say if you're to the likelihood of finding a non-fascist Star Wars group is like let's just say it's like almost every group is as if it has a fascist in it in one way or another. And of course, what does this have to do with this topic of the video? The topic of the video is for me, I feel like certain fandoms are more likely to have fascists in them than others. and I think Star Wars is a breeding ground for
Oh
fascists.
my god! You know when someone's a fucking got some fascistic beliefs when they fucking they like the Empire and think the Empire was like a force of good and shit. And it's like,
Well, there's a great video by Gen.
fascist
There's this,
detective.
there's this good video by Gentech, who basically, of course, they basically go on their stance is the Republic has always been imperialist, and the Empire just made it even worse. And Palpatine did not actually make things better. That Palpatine actually made things worse.
Albania has moral laws against Hoxha and Stalin.
Jesus.
Oh, I was shown some pictures of Hoxha with Stalin, and Hoxha is proper like he's like immortalized by Stalin. Like you can tell he has the hots for him. He's. And have you seen Hoxha when Stalin died? Like, oh my god, I've never seen just a sad. I've never seen just a sad man. Like he looks so fucking. To be honest, I would be too, but like you could understand with Hoxha, like he really looked up to Stalin and had just gotten close to him after coming into power, and they got along like fucking brethren. And then all of a sudden he's assassinated. Hoxha and the Polish and Romanian leaders were the first to click on and be like, "Yo, Khrushchev." And Mao too were the first to click on that Khrushchev had killed Stalin.
Yeah.
Hoxha was a whiz when it came to looking at anti-revision. When it came to looking at revisionists and preaching anti-revisionism, like an absolute fucking genius.
Yeah, and a
He
lot
made
of it
some
too, like,
mistakes, but like most of it's correct.
and again, we have to stress here as well. And I think one of the most important aspects as to, and one of the reasons why he was able to do that so well was his position and the material conditions that he was experiencing with Khrushchev trying to trying to stop the industrialization of Albania, trying to turn it into like a agricultural base instead. And so he was dealing with Soviet social imperialism there, and being attacked by Tito and the revisionists from there as well. So
Well,
it's another
I like.
thing of like Praxis being directly involved into writing good theory.
Well, that's a pretty interesting topic.
Yeah,
These
the
are
only
so many
theory that
interesting
matters
topics.
is theory
Like,
that's driven by praxis.
I'm struggling to like try to like get this done. It's not whatever. We're a bunch of people with autism, whatever it happens. Anyway,
Your mother.
like these fascist channels, like it isn't just these regular fascists that talk about politics. It's also these nerd channels as well that push this stuff, like Eric July, Jeremy Griggs of Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Kennel of RK Outpost, Doomcock. Like I know these people come off as a joke, and they kind of are. A lot of them are, but they all push the same narrative. In fact, of course, I'm saying this as someone that's a veteran of the anti-fandom menace action. Like way back in 2018, cultural Marxism, no, earlier than that, before the fandom menace existed, was actually being pushed in Star Wars groups. Like, I'm not joking. You had a Star Wars fan saying the reason why Star Wars has been ruined because Disney's pushing cultural Marxism. So this fascist undercurrent has existed
The
for a long
cultural
time.
Marxists in Disney. Is it just because Ryan Johnson said Nazis are bad? Like, oh no, they're cultural Marxists.
Well, of course,
There's a black person and a white woman is the lead characters. Cultural Marxism is taking
Eric,
over.
of course, Eric July is Kanye, and in fact, I'm surprised he hasn't commented on his anti-Semitism. Or
Libertarian is doing legwork there. Libertarian used to mean that you were left wing. I don't know why, like, libertarian now means like south of the political spectrum. I don't know who fucking dickhead come up with that.
all right,
But like
another
socialism is supposed to be like the new age of libertarian ideology, because libertarian means liberation. That was the point of the term. That's why I really hate the disintegration of it. Like there wasn't like the split between like Marxists and anarchists wasn't like, oh, they're all about liberty and we're all about authority. No, like it wasn't the split. The split was about whether we have to go for a stage of socialism to get to communism, or whether communism and socialism are the same thing and we go straight to it. That was
Well,
the argument.
I forgot.
Authority exists in both of those societies. Liberty exists in both of those societies, and both ideologies come from a philosophy that was libertarian, because libertarian means left, not south. So, to libertarian is doing legwork. You mean pro Kanye, fascist?
Well, Eric July is a fascist. I mean, the
Dun, dun,
guy has
dun.
the guy has pushed
Plot twist.
the guy has pushed eugenics on multiple occasions with COVID against obese people. So it's not a shock that he's a fascist. I've been keeping my eye on this guy for a while, not because I watch him, but because I don't have to watch most of these people to know what they have to say. I just look at the comments and I already know what's in the video. Because let's be honest, these reactionaries, they're all predictable.
It's what's it. The thing that I'm sort of laying out is that libertarian kind of went down the same sort of bomb hole as social democrat, except unlike social democrat, libertarian had like a specific definition to just being left wing. Social democrat was two movements that come together. Like that's actually what it always was. It was the democratic bourgeois movement combined with the socialist movement. Like that's always what it was. So like the evolution was just kind of just how you would expect something like that to go down. Like the Irish situation, like I was getting at earlier, is a good sign of what eventually happens when the proletariat and the national bourgeoisie are working together. The national bourgeoisie have had a long history of stabbing the proletariat in the back. I don't know why we have to tell this to Marxists in the first world. Do you think that like Marxism 101, bourgeoisie fuck over proletarians? It's not like it's an implicit thing, it's an explicit thing. It's fucking stated pretty much on the fucking head sheet of what Marxism represents. Like, and history itself shows these situations. Lenin explained this when pointing out why the proletarian dictatorship should lead the bourgeois revolution and not allow just a bourgeois revolution to occur unshielded, because the bourgeoisie will betray the proletariat. As an American song I quite like listening to called Commonwealth of Labor says, what do we have in common with the master when will slash us into serfdom and crush us with his might?
You want to know?
That's the way the bourgeoisie think. Like, eventually, neo-feudalism is just an unavoidable process of imperialism, because liberalism can't support itself anymore. Fascism becomes the status quo, has been for a long time. People gotta wake up.
You know, one thing I'm getting really sick and tired of hearing, and this is being pushed more and more, that Kanye is West being anti-Semitic because of he's mentally ill.
Yeah, that shit is annoying as fuck. It's like, why are we why are we making excuses? And really, it's like it's so
I've
shitty
got
on
fucking
multiple
mental
levels.
illness and I'm not being fucking anti-Semitic. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, for real.
That's my
I
response. Like
I
at
suffer
the end of the day,
depression.
at the end of the day, everyone has got some form of fucking depression or some shit going on in their life. So like, to put it up to mental illness is stupid. No, it's his choice. He chose to be anti-Semite. Guy's an intelligent geezer. He had a fucking decent education. Like,
Well, to me, it's just I just see it as an excuse for people who already hate the 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 disabled, and that's where most majority of people who have mental problems, have. And
what's
it's
it?
another way
Yeah.
to stigmatize us even further.
Well, I mean, they do two things. They have stigmatized like people with mental, cognitive, or neurological disabilities as like evil or problematic. I mean, they certainly do it with neurodivergency, with it not even having to be a disability, and with the way society is so exclusive of neurodivergent people and doesn't incorporate us very well, it causes disability in our actuations and social functions and engagements. But the with neurodisabilities, cognitive disabilities, and mental disabilities, they also do another thing where they try and do this like if you're like got a really dysfunctional disability, cognitive, neurological, or mental, they'll like do this like Christian mollycoddling of like, oh, they're so pure and innocent, they couldn't be anything otherwise, and like this like they're like God's silent angels, stupid shit like that. And it's like, this is like, it- it's um it's it's this weird like deteriorating mollycoddling that disrespects these people's right to be able to have functional access into society, a functional ability to attempt education, regardless of what disabilities you suffer with. Everyone should have the chance to be able to learn at the different rates in which they're able to learn. I think Gramsci put it right in one of his works where he turns around and he's like, education from the start, from elementary, should be set out the way they do university scholar education because it's much more educational, it's much more freeing, and allows people to develop and grow how they want to develop and grow throughout their life with great flexibility and complete free access to education. So there's no like, oh no, I fucked up, I can't do my education again because I can't afford it, I've missed my free chance. No, you got the chance. If you want to fucking try at it again and see if you can actually get somewhere where you shit, go a different direction, hell motherfucking yeah, go on. Like that's the fucking way of socialism, you know. Society's there to provide an accessibility of living and an ability to prevail in life. And if you suffer with a disability, cognitive and otherwise, you're not unable to engage with education and learn. You just may have a very, very different manner and a slow manner of engaging with it. You might not be able to pick up things as quick as other people, but your accessibility to education is a fucking human right. So you know it's I don't like the because that mollycoddling it does disabled people disrespects the fact that they are intelligent people nonetheless. There's no such thing as someone who's stupid. There's no such thing as people who aren't intelligent in any way. Like even people who have like got horrible deficiencies that set them back to young years in their life, they're still people with fucking minds who think, and that's intelligence. Everyone has intelligence because it is the manner of life. Unless you've been vegetabilized and aren't able to actual think, but you know what I mean by this. I'm on about people who aren't in that coma situation. You have intelligence. No matter how stupid you think your intelligence is, you have intelligence, and that intelligence has to be respected. And when it's respected, people are able to learn because you can engage with people on their level and respect them on their level, not talk down to them, talk at them on their level, with them on their level, really, is one of the words that you should use. Talk with them on their level, hear them out on their level, and engage with them in a respectful way where you're not speaking them on their level in a way like, oh, do sort of stuff that people do to people. Don't speak like a dickhead to people. Like if you just speak slow and proper words, because I speak a bit too quick sometimes when I'm dealing with people who suffer a bit with cognitive difficulties, and I know that's a bit of a problem I have. So I have to try and keep my things a bit slow, but I'm not talking in a way that's like, okay, you do shit like that, you're a piece of shit. No one needs you to do that. Like, no, even if they speak like that, they're not speaking like that because they feel the need to do that. They're doing that because they struggle to move their mouth muscles along with thinking their brain towards speaking because it's a problem with cognitive difficulties and actuating speech functions. I'm not the best continuous and actuative speak myself. That's why I make really stupid Freudian slips. But the what's it? The fucking what's it? What you do instead is you speak just with more clear and slower and stable stuff, and you still use words as you would use words. Just be willing to explain. Like when Einstein says you need to have the ability to explain your ideas to someone who has the intelligence of a 6 year old, otherwise, you cannot explain it to anyone. He doesn't mean that you should just drop all the complex terminology. It means you should explain it. It's not about like dropping terms. Like people think like you should be like that with people, and it's like no, terms can be a bit scary. But if you're willing to actually explain things as you go along, and then use those terms in context with the things you're explaining, and tie those things down to them, you're going to not only be teaching people things in a manner in which they can understand it, but it's the full content of it's there. Don't hide things. That's not the way you go about being straight straight edged about the way you're going about things. You know, don't just go up to people and be like, "Hello, I am the communist. Here is my politics." But you know, like, don't play like dropping terminology because it's scary. Just don't use the most aristocratic of terminology. Try and use working class over proletariat, things like that. But don't drop the core terminology, like things like capitalism and other stuff like that. Don't drop the class structure and its relevancy, especially when talking with lumpen proletarians. You'll find a lot of lumpen proletarians will really understand you when you mention the condescending and the condescending nature and superiority complex of the petty bourgeoisie. Like, you know, you hear a lot of what goes on around you when you're on the streets because you got not much to do. Your brain's wandering, so you kind of just you dot your ears about and listen to what's going on. You get a bit of a dot on the things, and a lot of people on the streets are people who failed in university education and got thrown into fucking shit river because they come from a water family. They're one of the people that were pressured by the system to go to uni and move up in class,
Yeah.
courted and trained to be a
I
petty bourgeois intellectual, and then
I would like
dropped
to
out.
actually revisit the topic that college is a scam. I like to revisit that topic in the future.
Well, this is university, but same difference.
That it's all a scam. But what does this have to do with Kanye, you may ask? Everything. Because every time you hear Kanye say something anti-Semitic or racist, like it's only a matter of time before he does Holocaust denial.
Did you see
I mean,
like
he literally
wearing the
did, bro.
pantyhose thing where he wore like he wears like pantyhose thing on his head at one point going out? Like I think it was one of his misses, but he decided to wear the one that made him look like a white guy. Like
he
is that like a message or something? Like is he signaling the MAGA crowd?
It's like
yeah.
I would not be shocked if he does Holocaust denial at some
He
point.
literally did it on the Alex Jones interview. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something along the
Oh yeah,
lines
he
of
said like, "Oh, there's good and bad." And he did it in like such a like happy, like gaily way. Like, what's it? I could get the video up and stream it if you want to watch the setup before the end. It's he turns around and he's like Alex Jones is like, "You don't like Hitler, do you?" And he's like, "Oh well, there's good and there's bad." And it's like what?
He also
I mean,
said
there's that one clip too where he was like, "There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler."
he also said that Jews should get over the Nazis.
What do you mean get
Yeah,
over them? Like they're having to deal with the fact that there's Nazis that are called Zionists that are oppressing Palestinian Jews and Muslims and Christians and anywhere in between. You
yeah.
know, anti-Semitism is not died down. Nazism in Germany is fucking on. There was a football match that was shown between was it Germany and Iran? I think it was Germany and Iran, and the national anthems were playing, and all of the German football fans were fucking Hitler saluting.
Oh, jeez, that's bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I remember reading an article that said like 2/3 of the German military identify as Wehrmacht, not Bundeswehr.
Jesus.
well, it's not shocking. It's it really isn't that anti-Semitism. I'd argue
I
is
mean,
worse.
Angela Merkel was basically just a center-right dictator for 20 years. And no one really considers that. Angela Merkel's
Well,
no lefty.
well, I would
It's sad. It's sad to say, but I actually know a couple of German so-called communists that say that they vote. Or, well, but this was before the KPD got fucking banned. Um, but before that happened, still they were saying that they were supporting the AFD over the KPD, and it's like you're supporting a literal fascist party over a communist party. Like what the
uh,
fuck?
well, I would argue that anti-Semitism, like everything else, is worse today than it was a century ago.
Yeah.
It's like and it's really scary. It's not safe like for for our Jewish comrades, our LBGQ plus comrades, our new African comrades. Like violence against all these communities have increased, like in the past 20 years,
Okay.
and all this stems from the failure to combat Islamophobia, led to the rise of anti-Semitism. The failure, which also led to the like more overt, open anti-black racism, which also led to transphobia, which led to homophobia, and you guys get what I'm saying. All this stuff is connected, and fascism has always been here in in some form. And I said this earlier that white leftists we've been late to everything. New African people saw this like way back in the 60s, perhaps earlier, but I'm saying the 60s because that's the Panthers is what I mostly quote usually when I talk about they knew fascism was here. And I forgot who was the one that basically talked about.
George Jackson, the fascism that everyone is saying is gonna come is already here. And that is because liberalism has been trying to come back since its degradation in 1927 at the explosion of the British Empire and the Wall Street crash that came with it, and the global crash and the Great Depression. Liberalism basically, was completely outcasted to either fascism or social democracy, which, as Stalin rightly pointed out before Dimitrov decided to try and make a really pathetic criticism of it. The social democracy is just fascism. I think moderate wing is being too nice. They do all the same bullshit stuff, but if you really look at it, it's like moderate on the outside is brutal on the inside, is the way I put it. They're moderate, aesthetically speaking. SPD is a good example of how moderate they really are. But the social democracy and fascism dominated, and that domination continued after World War II. I mean, ordoliberalism was apparent in West Germany, but West Germany still took on a fascist character while calling itself ordoliberal. I wonder if a pattern's going to arise from this. I see, but the West kept social democracy or fascism, depending on your country. Britain was doing experiments with corporatism in the 50s and 60s. And with Thatcher and Reagan, they attempted to bring back liberalism through neoliberalism. Now, a problem come with this. Liberalism has barely any leg to stand on anymore. The world has reached a point where imperialists are so big, whether it be Britain, America, France, the Soviet Union, and the newly arising Chinese Empire at the time.
Yeah, I actually think the entire paragraph of that where that quote where Stalin says, social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. That whole paragraph is very significant, and he says that in what year was this? 1924. It says. I thought it was a little bit later than that, but that's in 1924. Here he says the full quote. It says, "Quote." Firstly, it is not true that fascism is only the fighting organization of the bourgeoisie. Fascism is not only a military technical category. Fascism is the bourgeoisie's fighting organization that relies on the active support of social democracy. Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. There is no ground for assuming that the fighting organization of the bourgeoisie can achieve decisive successes in battles or in governing the country without the active support of social democracy. There's just as little ground for thinking that social democracy can achieve decisive successes in battle or in governing the country without the active support of the fighting organization of the bourgeoisie. These organizations do not negate, but supplement each other. They are not antipodes, but they are twins. Fascism is an informal political bloc of these two chief organizations, a bloc which arose in the circumstances of post-war crisis of imperialism and which is intended for combating the proletarian revolution. The bourgeoisie cannot retain power without such a bloc. It would therefore be a mistake to think that, quote, pacifism, unquote, signifies the liquidation of fascism. In the present situation, pacifism is the strengthening of fascism with its moderate social democratic wing pushed into the forefront, unquote. That's like spot on in my opinion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I would also add to it like that really gets into the manner of how much people like Hitler came to fascism. Hitler and a lot of his compadres were originally members of the SPD.
Yeah, and that's where's
There's
this?
there's actually a quote from Hitler distinctly calling himself a social democrat in his youth.
I posted the link to that work from Stalin in the chat and the YouTube chat.
Oh, there's a delay. It won't come up on the thing
Well,
chat for like a moment.
the thing is about this stream is I hope you all learned something, because even though we're likely going to revisit this topic again and again and again and again, and I don't care if it's repetitive talking about the same subject, it needs to be drilled into people's heads that fascism is not going away. You cannot pretend that it isn't here, or it's going to come for every one of us eventually. And I know my channel for the past, what to say, almost decade. What does feel? God, I feel old. The past 7 years has been mainly defined by my Star Wars content, but recently it's been more defined by my anti-fascist like takes, because I'm actually scared about the rise of fascism globally. Like, I'm actually shocked to some extent just how fucking it feels like it's accelerating. It's faster than I can predict at this point, or any of us can predict. Like, I dare not predict what will happen next, because I don't know. I'm not a prophet.
I'm honestly not that surprised
I'm
on
not
how
either.
accelerated it is, especially considering how weak the communism is right now. like
Well,
like
I'm
a lot of
surprised,
like
but I'm
we've got
surprised.
like we've got a couple of good revolutions, like ongoing revolutions going on, and other than that, we got like a shit ton of fucking reformists and all types of revisionists, whether it's just straight up fucking bourgeois, like old school classical fucking revisionism or modern revisionism with fucking Deng and all that shit. And then we got these, literally just communist in name only parties like the KPRF, like not even communist whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
Well, it's just like this Kanye West, it's just people underestimate the dangers that he represents. Not the man himself per se, but but how things will be taken even further. There'll be someone else even more dangerous than Kanye. It's just the amount of influence Kanye has is what makes him dangerous. Whether he ever gets elected and as president or not, I think is completely irrelevant, because of how many people have seen his anti-Semitic rant. You have
Yeah.
millions of people around the world that actually agree with Kanye, or considering what he said is right. That is what's scary about what Kanye has normalized. Well, he didn't normalize it, but he's helped normalize it.
Yeah, he definitely has.
But what I find most terrifying is not Kanye, is how little pushback there was and how weak and pathetic it was. Like, I don't see that Kanye was canceled at all. In fact, I argue he's more popular than he ever was before.
I wonder if I wonder if he's got any interest in a bit of a Volian black magic. Fucking what's it? It really wonders me whether because he's been manipulated by a lot of people at his side. I wonder how much of this comes into a Volian style stuff, because like a lot of these Christian fascists like Trump and Kanye and all that. They have this really sort of crazy like I I I don't mean this to say like I'm sounding like I'm coming at this from a weird perspective, but there's like a better word other than like this weird sort of satanic presence about them. Like they're really twisted people. Oh, what the fuck to put about it? Like there's something about them where they're looking at like the world for this weird lens of spiritualism that allows them to try and target Jews as some sort of ultimate spiritual enemy, which is just ridiculous. And
Well,
Kanye not only commits to that oppression of Jews, but he also commits to oppression of his own people.
I personally think that Kanye, because he thinks of himself, it's his class that matters first. Nothing else matters but himself and his class. Like,
Indeed.
is he really part of that community when he's basically like, I don't know. I'm not. I'm in. It is not in my position to say. But I'm just doing a rhetorical question, considering
Yeah.
like
See,
if you're part of that class, are you really part of that community?
yeah. I wish I don't know if there's been any updated polls on Kanye since the Alex Jones interview. I haven't looked into that.
Speaking of, wait, I forgot. I should have mentioned this. God damn it, Tim Pool. The liberals fucking praising of Tim Pool was fucking sickening to me. Like, I cannot name us that many people that have contributed to the rise of fascism on social media as Tim Pool. One of the
Yeah.
biggest fucking grifters who at one point claimed he was a leftist, but platform mild monopolist, a fucking pedophile apologist, and a Nazi. And God, I can't even. I got lost track of other people he's helped fucking platform, and it's like we can't ignore Tim Pool.
More like Pim Tool.
Like yeah. Tim Pool's like yeah. And it's funnier too, like not just him, but his fan base even more too. Like they just turned on his ass like instantly over like the smallest little shit.
Well, they turn. Okay, here's the thing: Kanye West walked out of his show because he wouldn't use the word Jew.
Yeah, it's like something so simple like that.
Well, let's be honest, Tim Pool is an anti-Semite as well. You don't platform
Yeah.
that many anti-Semites unless you yourself don't hold those views.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it should be mentioned too. I really want to see a new updated poll on the American people's just the general populace, like what they think of Kanye, like whether they have a favorable opinion of him or unfavorable and all that shit.
well,
Well, I think it should be noted that at least in this one poll back in mid-October, New African people had the most unfavorable view of Kanye than any other group by quite a big margin, actually.
well, it should be obvious why they would hate people like him and Candace Owens.
Yeah,
It's like how fucking what's it? Dave Chappelle's anti-LGBT stuff has shown how much he just appeals to white people in his comedy more than it already was obvious with his proper white ass crowds.
yeah. And interestingly enough, it's actually the older people in terms of the age groups. The older people are more unfavorable towards Kanye as well than younger people, which is can be attributed to multiple things. Obviously, a lot of the younger people are the ones listening to his music and shit, so they're probably more willing to forgive him for crap.
Also, say what you want about billionaire. I think he's a billionaire, isn't he? Will Smith, fucking rich ass motherfucker. But like, he came from a bad background, and like he hasn't like hid his blackness. He's like he's shown it for his fucking media and his remake of fucking what's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where he's got that geezer acting as him. That is like they made it into like somewhat bare political and like real as fuck, and it's like, yo, this is how a reboot is meant to be made. I want to watch the rest of it because it looks sick.
Yeah, I used to love that show when I was a kid. Classic.
Well, Will Smith is one of the few actors in Hollywood that has not abandoned his blackness. Because
Oh yeah, but he's still got
Gen-
whiteness on his shoulders because of the way in which our capitalism works. But yeah, Will Smith is someone who's stuck by his blackness. He's stuck by his roots because he knows where he's come from, but he doesn't. He doesn't do enough to mitigate the problems. It's only good in a liberal sense, but I mean, it's still just something that I like to bring up because I think a lot of people like are more quick to give Will Smith shit than they are to give Kanye shit, like white people. And it's like, it's more the other way around with the way that a lot of black people are looking at it. They're not, they don't see Will Smith as some like great savior or a great example of fucking, he's a capitalist, fucking loving. He's a guy who's made his fucking buck of money. He's rich. He ain't helping them out just because they're fucking both from the same ethnic group. So they're not kind of more neutral than anything. They don't really give a shit. More of a problem with Kanye because he's actively causing them trouble, actively causing them actively causing our black brothers and sisters to be targeted and committing to white supremacy. When a lot of these people grew up loving and respecting Kanye, it's a really horrible thing to have to try and wrap your head around.
well,
Yeah.
I think Kanye West always held those views, honestly, for all of his.
Maybe, but they weren't apparent at first.
It'd be funny to like protest Kanye with like signs calling him a gay fish. That'd
Oh my god, yes. Call me gay fish.
be fucking awesome.
Another one saying fish sticks.
Someone contact like the APL or something. Tell him to go do that shit. That'd be some good publicity because he'd get
I
mad.
will bring it up to the person I know in the APL next time I see him.
Yeah.
Well, I personally blame like the fucking opportunist fucking people like Ben Shapiro for who enabling Kanye West. When you basically enable someone like that with a large platform who has those kind of views and you basically don't challenge them on it or encourage them to say more, you're going to they're eventually going to let everything out. I mean, the guy feels like he doesn't need to hold back anymore because he feels like nobody, because the media has barely fucking pushed back. I mean, it's fucking weak and pathetic just how little they fucking said anything against him. Oh, he's anti-Semitic. Yes, he is, but they don't really. It's like they don't push back one way or the other. But most of the people don't. It's like this is what free speech absolutism gets you. And I said this earlier this year to one of my coworkers, which I no longer talk to, that you do not give fucking Nazis free speech. If you do, free speech, you know what I mean. You don't give them a platform. If you do, you endanger fucking marginalized groups, and as a result, you're going to have Kanye, West be cited in a future mass shooting against Jews. Yeah, I do think you're going to have a mass shooter in the future killed Jewish people, and they're going to cite Kanye as one in their manifestos. I'm calling it.
Yeah. For
And
real.
it's disgusting. And you have people like, I hate bringing up fucking Spanky, but I think I should bring him up because he claims to be a communist. He fucking supports Kanye, as far as I know, unless I'm speaking out of my ass. It's like the so-called fucking Marxists call fucking support fucking Kanye. It's like, what the fuck does that say when Kanye speaks to so many of these kinds of people? Now, this whole stream wasn't about Kanye West because he's just one big part of a larger whole about the history of fascism, the dangerous rise of fascism, and well, this is basic. I've been saying, oh, we're almost done with the stream, and it's almost been an hour since been doing it, get to this point. But I've said this already. we need just to prepare for the worst because very soon things are going to get even worse than they are now. And I know it's scary, but people of marginalized backgrounds have been drumming up the alarm for this for the past year now about this overt fascism. People, the LBGQ plus community, people of new African descent, people of the indigenous people. I'm speaking from mostly from the American perspective here, Stone. Just to give context, they know what's coming, and we need to be on their level. And I'm speaking from a person of a white European descent. We need to be on their level because if we don't, we're going to get destroyed, and we will deserve it for not heeding their warnings. And of course, the people that are mostly going to pay the price are children, and we do not want our children to basically fight our fight. We should be fighting it. Now, I'm not a father myself, but I don't think we should let the children fight in this fight. It should be us that's fighting it. And honestly, I can't. I'm just even though this is like hypocritical for me to say this, I will admit I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to shoot a gun. I'd easily get killed in a fight. I'm just being real with myself and all of you here, but I'm still advocating it to do it anyway. Because I'd rather die standing tall than let some fascist dipshit just shoot me in a ditch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like it also should be a lesson to people too. It's like especially if for people that are, you know, class conscious or beginning to become class conscious and learning about communism and all this stuff too. It's like you know, you have a duty to push class consciousness, you know, as much as you can, and try to organize people as best as you can. You know, try to fight back against the fucking fascists, because these things are like, yeah, everything's dynamic in every single country. Like, the thing I hate the worst about, you know, whether it's, you know, any type of fucking liquidationism, the idea that, you know, certain countries are just inherently and like non-revolutionary and shit. Like, no, things change, conditions change within every single country. The world is dynamic, the economy is dynamic, people's conditions are dynamic, and their consciousness is constantly changing as capitalism develops. You know, and it's on us to uh, point out these contradictions. You know, make people aware of this stuff and organize them around the movement within our countries. That's why I find it weird when like some people say like, oh, this certain area or this you know, of the world or whatever is like a vanguard and stuff like that. It's like every single country should have its own vanguard, and they should be communists in every single country should be organized in their own vanguard based on their own material conditions.
I agree. I completely agree. And for those who are in the Imperial Core, it's our duty to do what we can to sabotage the imperialist war machine here.
That's why I love Claire Zetkin's work in 1923, I believe it was, called. It's just called Fascism. That's a great little work. You guys should read that one. Um, and in it, I love how she takes the accountability in there, because she says us communists are partially to blame for the rise of fascism. You know, for being unable to actually reach the masses with our own message. Which, yeah, I definitely agree there. You know, we have to put our message out there. We have to organize people. You can't just let the fascists do whatever the fuck they want here. You got to fight them, ideologically and literally.
We had to fight them by any means necessary, in any
Yeah,
way necessary.
yeah, absolutely.
Like, none of this nonviolent resistance, none of these tactics that have been tried time and time again and has failed. We're beyond that point. The fascists will kill us regardless if we do things peacefully. I mean, have people learned nothing from the 2020 George Floyd protest? The police were were violent against the protesters almost immediately, despite them mostly being nonviolent. This There is no such thing as a nonviolent protest, because by protesting against the system, by disrupting the system, you yourself are committing an act of violence against the system. You It is naive to think that you can resist through nonviolence. Learn from history. Even Martin Luther King, which like reactionaries would love to cite to basically talk down on people who are trying to fight for their rights. Even he was starting to see before his death that nonviolence wasn't working.
Yeah, absolutely. And it should be pointed out, I forgot which work it was. I would have to find it, but it was one where Mao was criticizing Khrushchev and peaceful coexistence and peaceful transition and all that shit. And he got into the point where he was basically saying we shouldn't, and it was just stressing what Lenin had stressed time and time and time again, that we shouldn't focus on one area of struggle, one type of struggle, whether it's peaceful or violent or legal or illegal. You got to have a combination of both of them for specific circumstances and when the time arises. Because he even said, like, if we restrict ourselves to one or the other, we will either become right deviationists or left deviationists, like ultra leftists and stuff like that. So you either become like a fucking reformist revisionist like Maupin, who rejected any type of violent struggle in his debate with Jason. um, and which, by the way, Mao in that same work where he says that if we do reduce ourselves to just nonviolence and legal struggle all the time, we basically reduce ourselves to nothing more than social democrats. So
Why at one point I did believe in nonviolence, but I studied history and I learned that these revolutions were always built through blood. Like I'll speak as an American here. The 8-hour workday, something as simple as that. Sick days, which we barely get.
for real.
All that stuff. You want to know how we got it? Of course, we're not really taught this in school, but I'll tell you, we got it through hard struggle. People got killed and were imprisoned just to have something simple as the 8-hour workday or a minimum wage. Think about that. If you if we had to fight tooth and nail to get something simple that we take for granted today, then what the fuck do you think we're going to have to do to build a completely new society? We're going to have to do a lot more than that. Because what we have right now, we died for at least our predecessors just to have something simple as the 8-hour workday. Like they'll crack down even harder. It's like we have to be prepared that we may not live to see the revolution come to fruition or to see it come to completion. We have to be willing to like see ourselves as part of the bigger whole. We, enough of this protagonist fucking mindset that we're going to survive till the end. No, you don't know that. Nothing in life is certain, which is the takeaway here. I'm not saying you should go out, and I know you guys don't think I'm saying this, but not saying you should go out and just basically try to go out in a blaze of glory. No. I'm saying that you have to be mentally prepared that you are essentially a dead man walking. If you if you decide to devote yourself to the struggle because of our ancestors fought and died for basic things we take for granted. We're going to have to do the same thing or be willing to do the same thing. And that is the reason why, in my opinion, why these movements have failed in the imperial core, because people have it good compared to the rest of the world. Like, people who have nothing are not afraid to risk everything because they already have nothing. People in America, they have a lot more to lose. And if this sounds like some third worldist thing and you don't like me saying that, well, I am a third worldist, but you saying like, oh, that's a third worldist argument. No, that's an objective fact. A middle class person isn't going to give up their fucking job just to fight against the government. Like, what? They had no reason to. We have to go to the real masses. We have to go to the lumpen proletariat and actually get them to come to our side, because they will break or make a revolution. They are the key. And no, this is not ultra leftism, because more and more sections of the proletariat are becoming lumpenized or semi lumpenized. It's getting more and more difficult to survive in this economy. Like, you have to have 2 or 3 jobs just to survive in most cities. There is no cheap place to live in America anymore. If you adjust for inflation, it's pretty much the same everywhere.
Yeah, and it's fucking weird too, because it's like some of these people will like fetishize like the whole fucking industrial workforce and shit. It's like, well, we're thinking about what little industrial workforce we have left here in the United States. It's like a lot of them are like super well off. Like, they got 401ks, they got all types of investments and shit. It's like, but then they shit on like service workers. It's like these service workers are making like nothing really. I mean, not enough to fucking, like you said, find a place to fucking live really without working a couple jobs or having roommates and shit. It's like,
even living with roommates is becoming increasingly difficult because they limit the amount of people that can live there.
yeah. And forget it if you have any animals. Like that, I'm having trouble with that right now. Finding a better place to live that accepts animals, because I'm not getting rid of my dog. Tell you that right now. But I mean, I'm lucky enough to the point where, in the last couple of months. Well, this is the lucky part. This is the shitty part. But in the last couple of months, they raised my rent by like $400. But I'm lucky enough to be in a position currently where I'm making enough money to where that doesn't really affect how I'm living at all. But it does still suck. I'm losing that much money for no change in anything. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that all the fucking utilities around here suck and don't work. Like,
Yeah, and now, like I said earlier, I'm preaching to the choir for some of you, for those of you who are watching to the end, and for those of you who are still skeptical of what I'm talking about. Listen, I don't have all the answers. That would be ridiculous of me to say that, and neither does any communist. But they don't have all the answers either. Like, it's completely up to you if you want to deprogram what you actually believe. And I know I will not reach most reactionaries that watch this stream, assuming they watch this at all. Now, just because you have reactionary tendencies does not mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean like you can't be part of the struggle. There's throughout history, there's been many revolutions. Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Che, all worked with people with reactionary tendencies. Some of these revolutionaries had reactionary tendencies themselves, we're only human. Like there's different kinds of reactionaries. There's the reaction people have reactionary tendencies, and then you have reactionaries that are reactionary because of class interests. Like there's a huge difference between the two. And I'd be hypocritical if I were to judge you for having reactionary tendencies. I possess them. Hell, I may still have a few myself without being aware of it. I don't know, and I don't pretend to know more. And for those who possess reactionary tendencies who are part of marginalized groups, I cannot speak for your experience. I won't speak for your experience because I do not know. I'm speaking from my own experience, and I'm willing to listen. I
Yeah.
mean, there's some, not everyone who watches me who are fans of mine are communists themselves. That's okay. That's not what's important. We are all in the same struggle at the end of the day, capitalism.
Yeah.
And I don't have much left to say. You have any last words, Flashy?
Um. Yeah. I would just say, regardless of whichever country you live in, um, whether you're in the first world or the third world or anything, pay attention to the conditions of the people around you, the conditions of your country, what the biggest conflicting issues are in your country, isolate those contradictions, and build a fucking labor movement that brings the masses in and fight against this fascist fucking bullshit that's growing all over the place. Um, yeah. I mean, I believe that any country, if the correct theory of communism, Marxism, Leninism, that we could build socialism in any country if you actually exploit the contradictions correctly and build a proper movement that is connected deeply with the masses. So yeah,
Stone, if you're, do you have anything else to add?
I think he's asleep. I heard him snore a little bit.
Well,
Shit, I'm about to do the same thing.
anyway, I'll just end the stream with this. Long live the proletarian struggle, death to fascism.